It's a Wednesday morning of the Breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is a 30-something degree start, and we're not getting much warmer than that.
I think we're back to the chill, I think.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, this is not the chill. We have a high of 40 today.
Yeah.
The chill will be this weekend on Sunday with a high of 19.
Ooh, at the game.
Go Bills, high of 19. Speaking of Go Bills, if you are logged on to our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch, the Breakroom WCMF, you see we have a new addition to the Breakroom.
Right over Tommy's head.
I got to tell you, man, his face is a hell of a lot better than staring at your face.
Well, yeah, he's a handsome kid.
Kimmy got us a studio gift.
Yeah. Well, I noticed all the other studios in this building are decorating, and I feel like we needed a little something.
We have a...
What's wrong with our Cheap Trick poster that's been sitting there for 5 years?
Which is off camera, by the way, just lying on the ground. We have a life-size Josh Allen cardboard cutout.
We have
It's
a
like-
chair, a plant, and a Josh next to
It's
Tommy.
like a St. Josh hovering above it.
It really is a St.
Yeah.
Josh hovering above you. Maybe it'll bring out a little excellence in you.
All right.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, there's a lot of holiday stuff happening in the building right now.
Oh, really?
Have you gone upstairs yet?
I haven't. Yeah, I didn't see nothing.
No, what's upstairs?
Okay, well, not only has it been decorated for the
Well,
holiday.
it's kind of half-ass decorated. Some
Well,
are
those
laying
are-
on the floor.
It's been decorated, though, right? Or
It has.
Yeah.
It's like chintzy. What else is up there?
No, today there was a new addition
Oh,
on the counter in our break room, not the cool break room, the actual break room.
yeah.
There are 3 containers.
Oh, I looked at those things.
Of cookies?
I don't know what they are.
Oh.
They look disgusting.
No,
Not
they don't.
cookies?
They look delicious.
They look like gooey mess.
No, your mom was not up there. Kimmy, they're like these bars. They do have like gooey stuff.
They look
Okay.
like, what's that, baklava?
Yeah, kind of, but like the
Like that sticky Greek
Yeah.
Sure.
treat?
Sticky Greek treat.
Well, usually we get an email letting us know.
Listen,
What's
the
up
guy
there?
told me.
We did not get an email, but there's
Yeah.
something up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks delicious.
Yeah.
But they've already been opened.
Well, yeah, but it's still sealed up, so you can
Yeah.
open it, seal it back up
Yeah.
again. It's totally fine. So here's the thing. We don't know what they are,
Yeah.
and we have no idea who made them.
Mhm.
But it looks like they are out for the open,
Oh,
out for
yeah.
the taking in the open.
Yeah.
I know you're a bitch, so I'm not going to ask you.
I don't trust anything in this building because we've got rodent infestation.
Again, first of all, they're trying to get rid of you. Second, these are sealed up, so it's not like they can get
Some of these rats have thumbs. They're that advanced.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
you in on delicious-looking mystery dessert
I'm,
and you don't
I'm
know
a
who made
little
it?
nervous. Until the email comes, I'm not going to touch it.
But
Because
you're
I
not
also
touching it because you don't want to.
no, I
mess with it?
trust it.
Yeah.
I just I don't want to get the email like who ate the fill in the blank food that was for this.
But they've been open. There's stuff missing. You can tell.
And if it's not for everybody, why would you leave it out in the open for everyone to
It looks
have?
like they brought them in last
I'm-
night, probably.
Probably, yeah. Somebody came in overnight to drop off homemade goods.
Well, that means they brought them in this morning. They already ate them and put them upstairs.
Or yesterday, and it's just left over
Yeah,
from
that's what
yesterday
I'm saying.
afternoon.
But I think, yeah, I wouldn't. Well, you're not going to eat it because it's not a cheat day.
No, here's the thing, man. I've walked past those things like 5 times and
Yeah.
slowly hovered, like debating whether or not I should, because they look really good. I don't know what they are, but I want to know what they are. I want to
Yeah.
try it.
One's got a weird color.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like caramel looking.
Yeah.
Why is that a weird color? I thought you were going to say like bright green or something.
Well, no, that would be for the holidays. I don't think a caramel.
What are you
Like
talking
Christmas.
about?
They don't look Christmassy. They don't look like a Christmas treat. They look like a Greek treat.
It's sweet.
Yeah, I
It
would think
looks-
a
Oh, no, it
any
does look sweet.
cookie.
It
you
looks
could throw
super
in.
sweet. It looks like diabetic sweet.
You are so messed up with what is and
You
isn't
don't even
delicious.
know why you don't like things
Exactly.
anymore.
You're like looking for excuses as to why you don't like it.
I don't like gooey crap.
No.
I don't like sticky gooey crap in my hands or in my mouth.
Bro, who hurt you as a child?
Apparently somebody, maybe when I was a baby.
No, like in all seriousness, like you don't like sweet stuff, period.
No.
Then you like break down individual weird things that everyone else loves that you're like, hate it, ice cream sucks. I don't like the consistency of the sweet and the chocolate and the
I don't like to feel dirty after I eat. Like I gotta wash
like that's some
my
like
face and my hands.
that's like some American
Face.
Psycho stuff, man.
You wash your face after eating cookies?
Well, if I eat something sticky, yeah, I'll wipe my mouth
Oh, okay.
with a warm rag
Okay.
over my lips and my cheeks. Feels good actually.
All right, so Kimmy, if there
We work with a psychopath.
Yeah, seriously, straight up. So if you weren't concerned that was for something else.
Yeah, I would have no problem
Gone in
eating
60
eating
seconds.
mystery cookie.
Okay.
Lips to the hips.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is that the standard move for folks when it comes? Because the work suites are out now, right?
Yeah.
Wherever
Yeah.
you work,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
going to be
everybody's got stuff, yeah.
showing up. I mean, is it okay to eat something you don't know where it came from without asking permission first?
I mean, if it's out, it looks like somebody else has already had some.
But there could be also people preparing for like some smaller work get-together with a couple of people that just left it on a counter.
I would say if it looks like somebody tapped into it already, it's up for grabs.
Okay.
Because you left it out. I mean, it's community property at that point.
Well, no, but I mean, it's sealed up on a table.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't go into the fridge and
And-
take something.
And
No.
we always get a help yourself email about that kind of stuff.
We didn't get that.
Yeah, because somebody always wants to take credit for the cookies, too.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody is taking credit for these baked goods, which is also a little alarming. Like, did they turn out poorly and you just threw them up there hoping
Oh.
somebody eats them?
Well, why would you do that? You could just throw them away.
No, if you
Yeah.
burnt the bottoms
Yeah.
or something.
Again, I wouldn't put them up
I
there.
wouldn't.
Okay, you're just looking for another reason not to eat them.
But I would say, even if the lid is on the stuff,
Uh-huh.
but it looks like somebody's already had some,
Yeah.
and if it's in a common area, have at it.
Okay, so go have some then.
I'm not. I don't.
I
like,
don't like it.
I don't.
I
wanna-
don't want it.
I don't.
I
want
don't like it.
sticky
I don't
hands on my
sticky- I don't
microphone.
like sticky
I'm
hands.
dressed nice. I also don't like when I eat sloppy stuff when I'm dressed nice.
It's not sloppy. It's just a
No,
baked
I
good.
mean, what's sloppy to you?
Anything sticky like chicken wings and stuff like that. I don't.
Bro,
So you have to dress appropriately for the food you're eating?
Yeah, I usually put on my eating smock.
like you're
I don't think
joking.
you're kidding.
I don't have an eating smock,
We have an eating shirt, apparently.
but this ain't it.
When's the last time you had a chicken wing?
Ooh.
I can't remember.
You can't remember the last time you
Yeah.
had a chicken wing.
I'm telling you. Oh, we did go to that Buffalo Wild
No.
place.
No.
What?
No.
Well, we're not talking about boneless
Barbell.
wings.
Barbell.
Buffalo Wild Place.
My wife wanted to go last year. We went.
My favorite commercials with the talking buffalo is from Buffalo Wild Place. Buffalo, where the wild things
I
are.
don't know. There's so many goddamn wing joints.
How many chicken wings did you have at Barbell?
I think I had 5.
No, you didn't.
I think so.
No, because you would have died. Your body could not handle that much chicken wing after no chicken wing.
My body would have rejected
Exactly.
it like a bad organ.
I'm rejecting it. 252 WCMF. Upstairs right now, there are several sealed containers of a mystery
Treat.
Christmas treat, and
Yeah.
it looks delicious. We don't know who made them, and they look. I want one
Yeah.
really, really bad.
Yeah.
But Tommy gets really weird about food being made.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kimmy, is there a
What if you get like a pube in it or something?
Why would you end up with a pube
Well,
in
like
there?
you're working, you itch yourself, you're cooking.
Who has ever scratched their crotch while baking?
I scratch my crotch all the time.
Do you bake?
No.
No, there you go. Kimmy, is there a person in this building
Yeah.
that you could eat that, find out they made it, and then regret eating it?
I don't think so. I don't think.
So if I made something
Okay.
with my tiny
Okay,
little
okay. I take that back.
jerkin hands,
Oh my
There's-
God!
can I say that?
You did?
There's.
And I mixed the dough myself,
Ah,
and I baked it out.
yeah.
There's one
Just
person
think how
I'm
many times
thinking
this
of.
hand has been used.
Stop that,
65 years, bro.
Stop.
50 solid years of strokeology.
Yeah, but I also know you're like a weird clean freak.
I am.
So I don't. I honestly wouldn't probably question it if you brought in cookies.
No
because
stroke in my
I
back.
trust your wife's kitchen.
Yeah.
No, there's one person I'm thinking of.
Yeah, we're all thinking the same person,
Yep,
too.
yep.
Are we?
Oh, of course.
But I think everybody else I'd trust.
Can you go any further?
No.
No, like I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, I have my cheat days. I try and eat clean, during the week. I think I may end up eating one of those things before I get out of here. I haven't had
Really?
any Christmas cookies yet.
Oh, wow. Now, who's the psycho now?
Well, no, I mean,
You
I'm,
want
They're
the
gonna
stuff
show
you
up
deny.
this week. This is like the Christmas cookie peak right now.
Yeah, you're going to get bombarded with bad food.
no, I know, but I don't want to eat it like now.
know.
I want to wait till Sunday. It's not like I can like pick out coworkers' cookies, bring them home, and keep them on the counter until Sunday like a psycho.
So you're a big cheat day guy. That's how you lost your weight, right?
Yeah.
So cheat day is Sunday.
Yes.
But then you got Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. Do you cheat or do you go back to salad boy?
I will be cheating on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
All right, that's good.
I mean, I figure it's no. I mean,
Yeah.
we're all gonna die.
Yeah. Some quicker than others.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, like what sucks is like I love my wife. She's an amazing woman. She's brilliant. She's a great cook.
Yeah.
Right? Fantastic.
She's
mother.
like restaurant style.
The one thing she cannot do, the
Yeah.
one thing, and she'll tell you herself, she can't bake.
Does she have like any family recipes though that she can do? Because I feel like every family has at least like one signature cookie
So here's what I
or
learned.
cake or whatever.
Here's what I learned marrying a Jamaican woman.
Do they bake a lot in Jamaica?
I don't think so. because all of the Jamaican desserts are awful.
Jamaica, no bacon. Yeah, right.
Jamaica,
what
no
is a
bacon.
what's a
Cocoa
Jamaican dessert?
yeah?
Mangoes. I'm not even kidding.
Like
Wait, just sliced
fruit?
mangoes?
Yeah, like her dad is from the island.
Yeah,
Right? So she grew
straight
up with
up.
those influences. So it's like when we first got together, she'd be like, "Do you want some dessert?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." And she'd pull out like a bunch of like tropical fruit. And I was like, "Oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
Why, this is
I mean,
awful."
fruit isn't bad.
Mango, I hate mangoes.
So I told you I'm allergic to them.
Yeah,
It's the one thing I'm
that is
allergic
so
to
strange.
that I broke out in because we had a mango tree when we moved to Florida.
Yeah, of course you did.
So we picked them all and we peeled them. We handled them all and then handed them to my mother. She made like all this stuff.
Mm.
And my father and I both broke out bad. And anything we touched got a rash. So when you went to take a whiz or wipe and you touched anything, all of it got infected.
You had a mango rash in your butthole?
So I had a totally mangoed butt and ball. I'm telling you, man. I had to take like pills for like a month.
How do you make fun of kids with peanut allergies and you got a mango allergy?
It's the sap. It's the sap from the mango.
No, I understand how allergies work. I'm just saying, like you said, you didn't used to have allergies when I was a kid. Also, I had an allergy when I was a kid. Dumbass.
All right, I had one.
No, like, I do feel bad for folks that like don't have a culture of baked goods.
Yeah.
'Cause the Irish are also that. Like we don't have a ton of like baked good, but I grew up in an Italian town, so I got all the benefits
Yeah.
of it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I didn't know the Irish didn't bake either.
I can't think of. I mean, there's like shepherd's pie and stuff, but I can't.
But
think
not
of,
like a baked good.
I can't think of a baked
Exclusive, yeah.
Mm.
Sweet. Yeah, I can't think of an Irish baked sweet.
Yeah.
Unless Kimmy, you want to Google it if there's something I'm missing. Like all the stuff they bake has like meat in it.
Yeah, so it was like some guts and stuff.
Guts and stuff, which is my favorite Irish fast food restaurant. Go on down to Guts and stuff. We're Southern.
That's not how they act.
Oh, it is
Ah, come on down the guts and stuff. We'll fill your gut up good with guts.
Fill your gut up good with guts.
So this actually looks kind of good. One of the most popular traditional desserts in Ireland is the Irish apple cake.
Oh, and also the surrender pie.
Surrender? What are you talking about? They fought him for 200 years.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
It's like it's a cake baked in an iron skillet. It looks
Ooh,
really
I've
freaking
never
good.
heard that.
Wow.
By the
Me
way, you
either.
talk a lot of junk for a man who's allergic to a tropical fruit and not even eating it. I touched the sap, guys. Guys, I touched the sap. I'm out. Like if the English were attacking you, they just throw mangoes at your ass. I'm out. I got a rash on my balls.
So I did know a German family that was really freaking good at baked goods.
Well,
So
Germans-
I don't
Germany
know
has
if
really good
that's
baked goods.
if
Like-
that was just them or if that's a normal thing.
For example,
Stolen bread. That's what it's actually called. It's called stolen bread. It's not spelled like you stole it, but it's called stolen bread. What?
not even going to do this right now.
And all those Bavarian like desserts that have like cream in them and stuff.
No, they're known for their chocolate too, right? Like Germany,
Chocolate, yeah,
Germany
German
does
chocolate,
chocolate,
yeah.
Swiss does that area.
Yeah.
All right, so like
But it's called stolen bread.
okay, let it go. It's fine.
Well, then
Fine.
you made a face.
Well, no, because I don't believe you.
Yeah. Do you want me to
He's
Google it?
already
Yes!
that
Look
stupid.
at that
No, don't
smirk.
Google it. We're done. We're out of time. We got a dynamite. I don't even care anymore. Gonna break a fight this morning on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, hate.
Yep. Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. We've been talking now for about a year and a half about what we anticipated being the triumphant return of the Crescent Beach Hotel and Restaurant out in Greece. And we found out this week that triumphant return, it seems, will not be happening
Right.
based on a guilty plea in a case that we will recap before we read the letter for you. But one man, we all thought everybody was excited this place was coming back,
Right.
Crescent Beach. Well, it turns out at least one man is not. And this discussion will be all about nostalgia.
Oh.
Because the things you remember being amazing
Yeah.
probably are not as good as you remember. But also the things that you remember were terrible, same thing.
Okay.
And we'll get into all of it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yep.
as we are talking about Christmas,
Mhm.
right? And with the holidays comes gifts. You argue that guys hate Christmas because the gifts they get suck.
Yeah.
And I have argued that it's not about the gift, it's about the excitement of just getting something, period.
Oh.
And I have proof, based on one of the most popular items being ordered online this Christmas, that it ain't about what you get. It's simply about the surprise
It's just a get.
of what's in the box. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Christmas is exactly a week away.
Ooh.
And you hear from dads and husbands all the time, don't give me anything.
Yeah.
I got everything I need. And we say that because we assume that we're going to receive terrible gifts.
Yes.
We've been having an argument now for the last 2 weeks about what makes a good gift.
Mm-hmm.
You argue it has to be something that's functional or fun.
Yeah.
And I argue just the box in front of you is enough to make it a good gift.
Just something to open?
Yeah. The story in front of us tells us that getting a present may not be about the actual gift, simply the excitement of opening it up.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, we got a story coming from Wyoming County. And it involves who you're going to call when things get bad.
Oh.
And I don't mean the police. I mean, after it's all said and done,
Yeah.
who's that call? And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
Allow me to introduce you to the stupidest, most brilliant idea ever.
What is it?
It's called Fun Delivered. It's a company.
Okay.
And they send you what are called mystery mailboxes direct to your home.
Mm-hmm.
So this company buys what they called lost packages.
Okay.
Oh.
So they are things people order from Amazon, Temu, Walmart, Target, whatever. And for whatever reason, these packages cannot be delivered. And the stores don't want to pay to put the stuff back on the shelf in a warehouse.
Yeah.
So they sell them to third-party companies at a steep discount.
So they're unopened packages that just never got claimed.
You got it. And
essentially?
when we say packages, you have no idea what's inside. They are the bags that were delivered. They know where the companies they came from,
Yeah.
but they have no idea what are inside the boxes. And these companies will collect all of them,
What a great idea.
and they will sell them to these third-party companies. Some stores will open these packages up and sell them flea market style. In fact, there's a business like that on Ridge Road in Greece that is very popular. This company does not open the packages. They send you a giant box of unopened, undelivered packages for you to keep whatever it is after you open them.
So it's a mystery.
Okay.
You got it. So this company sells 4 sizes from their website. And the prices range from anywhere between $70 and $200.
Oh. So
But you don't know what it is.
So the more you spend, you're getting more stuff, or
Better
you could
quality.
be getting bigger stuff.
More stuff. They don't know what the
Okay.
quality
Oh, okay.
is.
Okay.
So, for example, the $110 mail mix bundle includes 6 to 7 packages of pretty decent size.
Okay.
You get a big old box full of them. And folks who have done this say the stuff they open runs the gamut.
It'd be a fun party gift.
So you would do this for a party.
Yeah. Like give everybody a mystery box
Yeah,
to open.
that
Instead
would
of
be
doing
kinda
like
fun.
Secret Santa,
Okay.
everybody gets a mystery box, and it could be like just crap.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's the problem.
Or like things you wouldn't need.
Here's the problem.
What?
I don't know if this would work for a party because, like, one woman
Mhm.
reported getting someone's personalized blanket with their dog's face on it, which is funny.
It's funny.
Yeah.
That's right.
One woman
Uh-oh.
reported getting a giant box full of glass sex toys.
That would be you don't think that would be hysterical at a party, man?
Bro, I have Christmas Eve with my family. If we
I mean,
do this,
Grandma
That-
opens.
Grandma opens. Even worse, Grandma.
I mean,
put-
the odds you're going to get glass dildos pretty low.
well, okay, you got a 50-50 shot based on the 2 stories we've told you. Like Grandma opening the glass dildos is disturbing. More disturbing would be a grandma like, oh my God, and she walks him to her car.
It's like the ultimate Secret Santa.
It is.
It's what is the other white elephant?
elephant,
That's the thing where you kind of get miscellaneous random
Yeah.
stuff that
Which
you
by-
don't need.
White Elephant, also the nickname my father-in-law gave me when I first met him. But here's the thing. As funny as it can be with the
Yeah.
personalized blanket and the sex toys, there are also folks who say they've gotten high-end electronics like headphones, cell
Yeah,
phones.
you could hit.
Yeah, name-brand clothing, sports jerseys. It's a legitimate spin
Yeah.
of the roulette wheel. So,
Yeah, that kind of sounds fun.
so you're interested.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're telling me just opening the package would be exciting.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're going to get.
I rest my case.
What?
It's all about the
Package open?
opening. It's
Alright.
all about the surprise.
All right.
This is proof
Yeah.
that when it comes to gift giving, it's not about what you get. It's about the excitement of having something to open, which is an argument you and I, Tommy, have been having for the last
Yeah.
2 weeks on this show.
Yeah.
Because you like knowing what you're getting. You don't even want it wrapped.
No.
But it's weird, though, because you found this idea interesting.
I did, because now the thought you could hit or bomb out is pretty funny.
Okay. But here's the thing.
The
Like
gamble.
in your head, you're not picturing yourself bombing out. You're picturing
Yeah.
yourself opening,
Yeah.
like, a pair of $500 headphones.
Right. Or you could also get a glass dildo.
Okay.
Or a shirt with a dog on it.
But here's the problem,
What?
right? Like the blanket with the dog, I guess you can still use as a blanket, right?
Yeah.
Throw it in your car, whatever. If I open up a box of glass dildos, what do I do with those? I'm just
you
throwing
donate them
Where do you donate
I
dildos?
don't know.
to the homeless people.
Dildos for the homeless. One of the least popular charities in Rochester.
Well, think about it. It's probably the most underserved part of being, people in stress. You need a little pleasure.
Where would you take them?
Or you take it to the joint.
You could take it
they're
to
adult people. You don't think they want to have a little
Well,
joy?
I'm not
Glass
arguing.
Sexual
seems
joy?
dangerous.
Okay.
Why is it dangerous?
Well, they're pretty hardcore, Kimmy.
It's glass.
How do we know more about this than you do,
What?
Kimmy?
I don't-
Like she's worried about
Well,
the
how is
glass
it
dildos
dangerous?
breaking. Like, no, they're actually pretty sturdy. No, what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
I don't know what would happen if I went to like a shelter with a dozen
They'd say
sex
thank
toys.
you.
I
and
bet
then
you.
they'd toss it.
They would be thankful that somebody
No.
finally is taking care of the homeless' sexual needs.
Why don't you start that charity then?
Mm-hmm.
I may.
You won't.
I may already have a kiosk in the metro.
What's that called again?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Good Time Glass Homeless Dildo Sauce.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this company called Fun Delivered. Long story short, they buy a bunch of unopened packages from places like Amazon, Temu, Walmart, Target, packages that the companies don't want to spend to have sent back to them and restock.
Yeah.
So they take these packages, they sort them into boxes. You have no idea what's in the packages, and you buy them from this company. Like, for example, a $110 mail mix bundle includes 6 to 7 pretty decent-sized packages, and whatever comes in the packages, you get to keep. Kimmy, you're in on this?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'd be fun. I think it would be fun to do in a group. Like, I don't know if I would do this for myself.
No, but a party thing would be kind
yeah.
of cool.
Yeah.
I don't even like party games at
we
parties,
hate games, but this does sound like fun.
this one I would get behind
Because not
because
only
it's so
do
unique.
not only am I excited about what I'm opening, I'm also excited to see what
Yeah.
other people get too.
No, but here's what would suck. Let's say you do this at a party,
Yeah.
right? Christmas Eve, whatever, Christmas coming up. And you hand out the packages to everybody. And, like, you open up, like, a paint-by-number Star Trek set.
Yeah.
It was like, And then the guy next to you opens up a $500
watch.
paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. He's like a $1,000 watch. Like, oh, this game's not fun anymore.
No, it is, because here's what you do.
What?
I open up mine, and it's lame.
Yeah.
You haven't opened up yours yet.
All right.
Do you want to swap?
That's called White Elephant, you
And-
idiot.
and
You're not
by-
inventing a game.
And by the way, it doesn't guarantee you're going to get anything nice. The same thing could still happen.
And why would he want to swap a paint-by-number Star
But you
Trek
may
set for the
want that for
mystery?
your kid or something.
What kid likes Star Trek?
I wouldn't
Everybody
play this game
likes
with
Star
a kid. I don't know what's coming out of that gift.
Yeah, no kidding. You want to swap
Yeah.
this for your kid? Glass dildos! Can't get off the dildo thing. I mean, by the way, it can be anything. It can be
Yeah.
absolutely anything. Like, you can get, like, a insulin pump. What's
Oh,
my kid
yeah.
going to do with
Yeah.
that unless
Sure.
he's diabetic, in which case, very valuable.
Very, very valuable.
No, man, I would be afraid to play this game only because I know myself. I've done White Elephant a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I do have this rage that falls over me when I open something awful and
Yeah.
someone opens something great.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why didn't I get that? I could have
You
had
get
that.
competitive with a game of chance.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't?
I don't think so. I mean, that's like, there's no strategy to that. It's simply a gamble.
There is a strategy.
It's like a
Greed.
50-50 chance.
Oh, like you're not the greediest person that ever
What's
lived.
this greedy about me? Nothing. What greed?
No, like, I mean, no. When you play okay, so for those who don't know what White Elephant is, if you live under a rock, right? You put a bunch of presents that everybody buys in the middle of the room.
Right.
And everyone picks one out. And
You like draw numbers or something, so somebody goes first.
Somebody goes, and then
Yeah.
you could swap and you could trade.
and like
Yeah.
steal and things like
Yeah.
that. It all depends on how you play the game, right? But no, I do have a strategy when it comes to those games. You never pick the biggest thing because that's always the stupidest, jokiest. You never pick the smallest thing. You got to find the middle one. That's where the best value is.
Yeah.
And if I F it up, I get so mad. Yes, I want to win White Elephant. Everybody wants to
But it's
win.
fun when you do White Elephant because everybody goes crazy for the $5 or $10 gift card like it's gold.
But it usually is the
Yeah.
best
Yes.
thing,
Yeah.
right? Because what am I going
Most
to do?
useful.
A cup of coffee.
What am I going to do with this wood carving of an
Yeah.
aardvark? You know, because you get, God, it makes me so mad. And then that's what sucks too. Like, especially about this, as much as it's fun. By the way, this is so popular, this business.
Yeah.
Every one of their packages is currently sold out.
No kidding.
Even if you want
That's
to,
genius.
it is.
Yeah.
They're making a fortune on this stuff.
They better just throw that in the trash.
But like, here's the thing that sucks about this and like
Yeah.
the mystery gift openings, right? Like, it's fun in the moment, and then when you're done with it,
Yeah.
let's say I get a wood carving of an aardvark, I'm gonna throw it out.
Oh, yeah.
So you're just wasting.
Yeah.
It's not even stuff you could re-gift, most likely.
Yeah. Well, especially, could you re-gift glass dildos?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Why not?
To who?
A coworker, a friend.
Oh, really? So you give
Your
Kimmy,
mailman.
you give Kimmy a box of glass dildos?
No, I would.
You just
Well,
said
you just
coworker.
said that.
I would never do that to a glass dildo.
I don't know why that was disturbing.
No,
Well,
everyone,
he set me up. What do you want
Sure,
from
sure.
me?
You
yeah.
started talking.
I had to say it.
You dragged Kimmy into
you
it.
started talking. She is a coworker. I'm just trying to clarify. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, I go to that store on Ridge Road. Okay, so
Is this unclaimed freight?
no.
You said this joint. What
Is that what it's called? Yeah, it is.
No, it's not called Unclaimed
No,
Freight.
it's not
is a,
Unclaimed Freight.
Unclaimed Freight is a furniture store that it's existed for like 40 years in this town.
I've never been in one.
Unclaimed
I
Freight.
remember this song.
There you go. No, this business, it's in that plaza with Red Fidelis.
Okay.
So you walk in, and it's just a like warehouse full of cardboard boxes.
Oh.
And inside is everything.
Yeah.
So like they'll get a new shipment every like Tuesday. So on Tuesday, everything in the boxes is like $25. By the way, I don't know what the actual price is. I'm just guessing, right? And then every day it goes down by like $5 until like the day before everything's like $4, and they clean it out, and then they bring in the new shipment of stuff.
Oh.
So the idea being, you show up on the first day, try and find the most valuable stuff,
Right.
and it gets worse as the day
Okay.
goes on. So Dan says, I go to that business on Ridge Road. It's a great place to find fantastic value. You never know what you're going to find, but you'll always find something you need.
So you're just kind of like mystery shopping, kind of, right?
Yeah.
You don't really go in there for a purpose.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot like walking into like a Marshall's or something
Yeah.
like that, except like this stuff could be even less functional.
Less martially.
Like I went in one time just out of curiosity because I
Yeah.
think we talked about it on the show
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like January, but they still had like low-end Halloween costumes.
Oh.
Oh.
So you
Okay.
can load up.
Yeah.
And all
If you're
your
the right
Halloween
size.
costume
They,
needs.
they also had a bunch of like
I'd also think those would be the hot costumes that nobody wanted.
I didn't know what any of the costumes were.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Like,
Like
yeah.
knockoff kind of
Yeah.
Really
costumes that
big.
were similar to something else, but not quite it.
Well, that was the other funny thing is like there was a bunch of like clothing, like
Yeah.
coats and stuff that were made to look like designer coats, and the names were just like slightly
Okay.
off. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So if you were paying attention,
Yeah.
Well, that's what would also suck about the mystery packages is, let's say you got like a T-shirt that was really cool, but it was just slightly too small. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And like the odds of it being something you like and your size.
also a problem. I still want to do it though. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
How do I put this? You need a friend the most when you are in trouble.
Oh, sure.
Unfortunately, when you are in trouble, that's when most of your friends are like, hey, you know what, I'm busy.
A friend in need is a pest.
This story from Wyoming County reminds us that you should have that person ready to go, and maybe even let that person know, hey, if something happens, you're my call.
Go to, buddy.
You got it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. this is a question you need to have an answer for.
Okay.
Because God forbid you find yourself in this moment with your freedom depending on this person answering the phone and being willing to pony up some cash for you.
Cash?
The story shows how hard it can be when you need that ride or die person. And if the first option isn't there, where do you go?
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. For years and years and years and years, when it came to shopping for Christmas, you needed a budget and to stick to a budget.
Yep.
And you can go over the budget a little bit, but eventually you would run out of money, period, so be careful.
Yeah.
This year, with these new options, you don't have to stick to that budget.
Oh.
In fact, you could have an infinite amount of money to spend on the people that you love.
How does that work?
Well, we're going to explain, and this is super dangerous, but also something you and I would absolutely get ourselves stuck in.
Yeah, it's something you can hang yourself.
We're going to do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Wyoming County.
What happened?
Police were called to a home for reports of a 46-year-old man that had violated an order of protection. When they got to the house, they found said man with a woman that had that order of protection against him. He was charged with a felony and due to previous convictions was committed to jail. But the judge set bail for him.
Okay.
$2,500.
Ooh.
I mean, it's a lot, but it's not.
Run the holidays?
Okay. I mean, you could do it. All he had to do was call someone that could come get him and pay that for him.
Okay.
So he did just that. One small problem.
What is that?
He called the woman who had the order of protection against him.
Man, that's ballsy.
Oh.
Baby. Can you tighten me up a little bit?
So to be clear here.
Seems like a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
To be clear here, after getting arrested for being near this woman, the court told him to keep away. While inside the jail, where he was put for contacting this woman, he called this woman to bail him out.
He should be arrested for being the world's dumbest man.
So that's a big no-no.
So I'm guessing she didn't come get him.
No,
hope
she,
not.
well, no, she did not. In fact, it gets worse for him.
Yeah.
He was hit with another felony criminal contempt charge.
Because he contacted her?
You got it. And his bail went from $2,500
How much?
to $25,000.
Oh,
Oh, my
that's
God.
nice.
Times 10, bitch. So he may be there for a little while.
Yeah.
Now, this story serves as a springboard because everyone, whether you know it or not, needs a bail plan. Just in case something gets crazy, who can you call? But it turns out, again, with this story, you may need more than one person. So I present to you an idea.
Yeah.
Who is your bail plan trifecta?
Who's your bail buddy?
Well, no. Bail
you need
buddy.
3?
Bail buddy is not enough because this
Right.
guy thought he had his bail
You gotta
buddy.
have a
And all right.
top 3 ready to go.
So you got to have 3. I think you have to have 3 to ensure this works. So who is your first part of your bail trifecta? Go, Tom.
Me?
Yeah, go.
I'm screwed.
What do you mean who? You don't have
You
one?
don't have one
It,
person.
it would be my wife.
Okay, so wife is one.
All right. After that, it would be my brothers.
Okay.
Oh.
So you got, okay, so there's your 3.
All right.
But they would have to come get you.
Well, they had to pony me
Right,
the
they-
money or something.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not the most convenient choice, though. I mean, like, if there's a point where they have to be there in person.
Well, they got bank.
All right, serious question.
Yeah.
'Cause
We're talking money, right? Getting the money.
Well, and I mean, all right, so here's what I'm asking. The phone number is 252-WCMF because I know people have been through this before. We're not going to judge. We just need the answer. Every time I've been put in handcuffs, I have not needed bail money, so I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
If someone comes to bail you out, do they have to physically be there to pay, or can they do it via phone?
Oh, I don't know.
Because if it's your brothers, you're effed. You got to find 2 other people.
Right.
So, like, if you had to stick with 2 people that could physically come and get you, so your wife is one, who are your next 2?
You?
Okay.
Yeah, over here.
What? Me?
Yeah.
I feel honored.
Wait, really? Why would you want to be part of the trifecta?
Because I mean, it's partly just I want to know what happened.
But
Now I'm in on the story here.
No,
I'm
but-
the first to the news.
But to get the story, you'd have to pony up
Yeah,
cash.
Yeah, well, like now you're on loan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a guy that's been arrested probably has a lot of fluid assets to be able to pay
Well,
you
I
back.
know he could sell like 2 shackets and pay me back.
All right.
Kimmy, who is your bail trifecta? Go.
Probably be my husband first.
Okay.
Then my dad. My dad for
Husband
sure.
before dad.
Yeah. I would try to keep my parents out of it if possible.
Okay.
Just because my dad would be fine, but like I know, like with my dad coming to get me, he would also have to tell my mom, who'd be super worried and
Okay.
upset.
All right, so husband, dad.
Then maybe my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I want to know what she did.
Well, Kim, she's not gonna call you if she does something wrong.
Yeah, I got it. You got to tell me what you did.
You don't got it. You got to ask your wife, hey, can I borrow bail
Honey,
money
do
for
we have it?
All right, so as we break down these choices, I mean, spouse is always first.
Well, usually it's your tight circle of people.
Yeah.
It's like immediate family.
But here's the thing about spouse, because all three of us thought spouse first,
Yeah.
right? But spouse may not always be the most reliable, because let's say you're behind bars for doing something really stupid.
Yeah.
Something that either your spouse told you not to do or they would be ashamed of you for. They may want to teach you a lesson. And that's not an out-of-the-way thought.
Oh, yeah.
It happens,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like you would need someone else to call. And then that someone else either may not pick up or don't want to get their ass up to come get you. So now you're down to your third and final choice. And that third and final choice, I mean, they're the third and final for the reason.
It's never good.
Right?
Yeah, it's sketchy at best. That's why they were number 3, to your point.
I mean, after that first person,
Yeah.
it is a coin flip
Yeah.
whether or not those last two come and get
You
your
start
ass.
panicking.
Like you want to believe those friends and family members are willing to do this for you.
Yeah.
But it's also possible you'd be surprised by what they wouldn't want to leave to bail your ass out, because there are kids events.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
sleep in the middle of the night, in the middle of the week. I just started a movie.
Yeah.
My foot hurts. Like, if they don't feel like being inconvenienced, they could give you all
Yeah.
kinds of reasons they ain't coming.
It would suck.
Because, like, oh, look, I mean, we go back enough where there would have to be something very important for me to not leave to come get you. Like, I can't think of what it would be where I wouldn't come bail your ass out. But Kimmy would immediately have excuses to not be there.
I would, but again, I think I'd be so curious
All right.
as to what was going on. I'd have to show up. I want to know.
But that doesn't make you a good person.
No, it just makes me a curious person,
Yes.
a nosy person.
Yeah. A busybody.
252 WCMF Africa. We're talking about the story out in Wyoming County. A 46-year-old man was arrested after police say he violated an order of protection. They got to a house. They found him with a woman that had that order against him. He was charged with a felony due to previous convictions, committed to jail, but the bail set for him by the judge, $2,500. He called someone to bail him out. Unfortunately for him, he called the woman that had the court order against him.
Oh, God.
He was then charged with contempt, criminal contempt. His bail went from $2,500 to $25,000. So that's a bigger problem. And
He gave himself the shaft.
he really 10 times his
Yes.
bail for calling the woman that he is not legally allowed to contact, that he was in contact with in the first place, which put him in jail. And it comes down to the bail trifecta. You can't just have one. You have to have three. How about this question?
What's that?
All right, so his bail goes in this story from $2,500 to $25,000. How much bail is too much bail to even make that phone call?
Oh.
Like you just know it's not happening.
Do you know a single person in your life, Tommy, that would put up $25K to get you out?
It would have to be immediate family.
So no.
Yeah.
And
So the answer is no.
it would have to be my 2 brothers who have bank.
Would your wife put up $25K to get you out?
Yeah, she'd have to.
No,
I mean,
she would.
well, she
No,
would.
she wouldn't. No, hold on. Why would she have to?
Because of the Marriage Act that Nixon signed in the 70s.
That's not. You keep citing that. That's not a real thing.
No, you have to. You have to.
What did it sound like when he was signing it?
Well, I told Pat, if we ever break up, you got 25 large, and then that's it, bitch.
Jesus Christ.
The Nixon was pretty cool.
Your wife would not.
I would think like your spouse is probably going to out of fear of judgment from other people.
Ooh, yeah, it gets it out
because
of the
people would
family.
be like, how could they just let them sit there in jail? Like you're supposed to be there for that person. I would think like you may be kind of shamed into being that person.
Yeah, she would. My wife would not want the kids to find out.
Okay.
So
It's-
she would pay just to make it go away.
Counterpoint.
Right.
Counterpoint. By the way, that doesn't make it go away. You just go home before you go
No,
to
but
trial.
it won't get to the kids.
Okay. Counterpoint.
Right.
There are going to be people that judge her depending on what you are accused of for paying the bail and bailing
Yeah,
your ass
true.
out. I would argue that your wife is more likely not to pay because, 1, you're a grown-ass person who made a decision. 2, I don't want to look like I'm condoning the decision you made. 3, how hard is it to replace you?
She couldn't live without me.
Yeah, no.
All I do.
All you do.
I do and do and do.
You come live in her house, you eat all her fennel. I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
I know your dad would put up $25,000 for you.
I think he would, especially if he would somehow make this about him. If it was something
that
that
doesn't
he
run in the family.
if it was something that he would have done or got away with back in the day, he would turn in the story like, huh, I remember the time I did this, but I talked my way out of it. You know what I mean? Like he got out of it somehow. He would flip it
All right.
around to be his story.
But as annoying as that is,
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm accepting the help,
Yeah,
100%.
Oh, you take the coin.
and you
Yeah.
have to be cool the whole ride home. Like,
Yeah.
you have to listen to the story and
Yes.
be like, wow, tell me more. Cool, what happened next?
Yeah.
Now, if this was my father was still alive,
Mhm.
and I think your father's the same way, he would never let it go, and he would constantly bring it up and rub it in my face,
Yep.
saying like I ruined his retirement. Because he did this to my sister every time my sister needed money because she'd get in a pinch.
Mhm.
He'd give it to her, and then he'd just torture her with it.
Sure.
So it's almost like you don't want the money because it comes with so many strings.
Now, I've never sat in a jail cell, so we'll take this with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I would rather sit until I get processed
Yeah.
and everything goes through okay, than take that money from
Oh,
my
yeah.
old man. There is
Yeah.
Really?
not anybody else. Like, I would feel bad taking it from my brother. I would take it. I would feel
Yeah.
bad having to call my wife. I'd let her do it, right? Even Tommy, screw you, pay me.
Well, your dad probably knows those guys, too.
Oh yeah,
But
which
yeah.
makes it 10 times worse.
Yeah.
Well, no, because he'd walk with, oh, look what
Yeah.
this idiot
Yeah.
did. No, but just because the reason you brought up,
Yeah.
I am not taking that money because I don't need that hanging over my head.
It's leverage, and they'll use it for the rest of your life.
Exactly. When, to Kimmy's point, he did 1,000 things that stupid. I've
Yeah.
watched him do things
Yeah.
that stupid,
Mm.
and you're gonna sit here and lecture me.
Yeah, I would take a night of arrest because I've done it. So
Been there.
yeah,
Although, I mean, with $25,000, it's probably not going to be a night. You may be in there for days, maybe weeks.
yeah, but you meet new people, different walks of life. You might have some common interests.
Free meals, warm room, free clothes.
Yeah,
You know, you have a theory too. As you talk, both of us have spouses.
Yeah.
All three of us have spouses as number one, as they call. You have a theory that most married men wouldn't mind a little time behind bars for some peace.
a
and
little.
quiet.
Hey, man, you don't have to do a damn thing.
And again,
You're gonna get breakfast served, lunch and dinner, and there's nothing to do. You'll get some of the best sleep. So I told you I knew a guy. He did 6 months for taxes, and he dropped like 100 pounds, got in shape. When he blew up when he went back, he goes, I would go back to prison because that was the best shape of my life.
But I'm assuming he was in a white collar.
Yeah, I
tax
mean, he
prison.
wasn't
Okay.
like at BF Central.
Wasn't that the high school you went to? No, bro, you wouldn't survive locked up in
Yeah,
any
and don't
place.
you
No, of
think
course
it would-
not. I'm a little lamb chop.
Don't you think?
I got a nice clipper. I got a nice prison clipper.
Oh, no, Kim, what about the stems?
Hey, I got good wheels.
Yeah.
Don't you think the longer you wait to make that call, though, the more you're building up anger, especially in a spouse, because they don't know where you are?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to use a spouse, you got to go right away.
Yeah.
But everybody else, take your
Yeah.
time. All right, let's take a break.
Mm.
The Christmas budget no longer exists.
Of course not, the way we shop now.
Okay. Again, could you sound like more of an old
I
man?
We're spending
know.
like $1 trillion a minute.
You have socks from
Yes.
Italy.
You've been waiting on something from somewhere. I can't
Oh, I got
remember
my
where it's
scarf.
coming.
Got your scarf.
Oh, you got it.
Got it.
Oh, wait, your old scarf, detanged? What happened? You ruined it?
I need one to match one of my outfits.
Okay. So, like we were saying, the Christmas budget doesn't exist anymore. And I don't mean that we're just spending money we don't have, that we've always done.
Mm.
What I mean now is even the money we don't have is borderline infinite.
Oh.
Because if you've been shopping online the last couple of months, you may
Yeah.
have noticed a new little button at the bottom of the page.
Really?
And this little button will give you the ability to buy whatever you want in theory and have it in a couple of days.
But what's the button doing?
Well, the button gives you what you want.
Okay.
Button gives you what you want. I mean, you got to pay.
Yeah. Oh.
There's some paying involved. There's a reason why this is good, but it's also, knowing you and I, something that would have immediately buried us for the rest
So
of
we
our
have no
lives.
self-control with that button.
I don't know how you can.
Mm.
I don't even need the button right now, and I still think about hitting the button.
Ooh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. It used to be
What's that?
you had to save up to shop for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Then came credit cards, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
And, you had to qualify for credit. You had to make enough room on your credit cards to make the purchase after you qualified.
Yeah.
So even then, it wasn't like unlimited idea.
Yeah, you could tap out.
But that may be a thing of the past now.
How's that?
Well, while we're shopping online, you may have noticed something the last couple of months. An option to buy with having none of the money necessary now.
How does that work?
Well, it's a great and horrible idea. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, as we are a week away from Christmas, Tommy. Right? We got holiday parties, both work, family, and friend.
Mm-hmm.
All three, work, family, and friend. And if you are hosting some folks, you have the option to give them a fun experience or a high-end experience.
Ooh.
And when it comes to this one specific item, sure, you are giving them something they wouldn't have on a regular basis.
Damn.
You're also kind of flashing.
Yeah.
So is it classy or douchey?
Ooh.
And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yep.
Are you familiar with Affirm?
Affirm?
Sezzle? Klarna?
What are you saying?
Split It? Afterpay?
Afterpay?
Any of these things?
No.
Kimmy, are you familiar with these? Your microphone is off.
What is Afterpay?
I sure am.
Okay.
If I paid, what's Afterpay?
Well, you didn't pay. You pay after.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Afterpay.
All right.
If you have been online shopping the last couple of months, you have seen these names. They exist as an option when you get to the checkout page.
How does it work?
Well, these companies will let you buy now
Right.
and pay later
Okay.
for whatever you are buying that day with only a tiny glance into your financial background. It's instant credit, no money down, almost no questions asked.
So it's like no payments for 90 days, same as cash.
Or it'll say, so usually the ones I see, it'll give you the option, pay, $120 now, or pay $19.99 a month for, so you know what I mean? Like it'll give you
like
the
a payment
breakdown
plan.
of like
All right.
paying it per month instead of paying it all up front.
But you're getting whacked.
Well, here's the thing. It sounds like a miracle, right?
Yeah, but there's got to be a whack on it.
For some folks, it is a miracle.
All right.
Millions of Americans have been using these companies to make purchases for their loved ones and getting themselves really cool stuff for the holidays.
Man, you are going to hang your ass.
And when you look into how it works, it might become an issue. For example, most of these businesses, like Kimmy said, offer 4 payments interest-free.
Yeah.
So you are paying no extra money.
All right.
Free money as long as you pay on time.
Right.
Here's the problem. Some of these places charge bi-weekly.
So there's an interest whack.
Well, no. If you pay it on time, no interest.
Right.
But people assume that it's a monthly payment.
I did.
There you go.
Yeah.
They actually bang you every 2 weeks. And if you don't have the money in your account when they bang you, boom,
You get a fee.
first comes a late fee.
All right.
Then it seems the industry standard is to bang you 25% of the cost of the purchase you made.
And that's how they're making their money.
Exactly, on top of what you've already spent or
Yeah.
are spending. So it's an extra payment plus 25%.
God damn it. You could really get in trouble.
You got it. And
Oh
then if
my
you
God.
still aren't paying,
Yeah.
they send yo ass to collections,
Yeah. Then
Now-
you get those lovely phone calls.
which we know all too well.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here's the thing. The argument for these businesses, as long as you make the payment on time, it's not going to cost you an extra dime.
Yeah.
But the question we all need to ask, Tommy, you and I especially,
Yeah.
if we could make the payments on time, would you actually need these businesses?
Right. So you're only hitting that button because you're busted. You're tapped out. That's the only reason you're doing this. You've overextended yourself.
Is that true?
Why else would you do it?
Well, I could also see, though, people who are very, I don't know if it's like a budget-friendly person or just somebody that sees it as like a deal, like, oh, I don't want to spend that all right now, so I'll break it up over time. Like
Tie up my money in my assets.
Like, I think there are just some people that like the way it looks, They
right.
just, they don't want to hit that buy now button and spend it all right now.
But it's
Why
a
not
bad
break it up?
idea. It's a terrible idea.
Okay.
In reality.
Okay. Now let's talk about this.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I think it is a more complicated situation than you think.
Okay.
Especially this time of year. Because, look, you go and get yourself something expensive with buy now, pay later. That's between you and your maker, right? Like, yeah, okay, fine. I can see that argument. But when it comes to the holidays.
And you feel like you've already spent a lot.
And then
you see that breakdown. You're like, well, I don't have to spend all that right now.
And that's the slippery slide, though.
Yeah.
When you start convincing yourself,
Yeah.
this is a good idea.
Okay, but what you're not factoring, because you are selfish as all selfish
I am not.
and dumb, there are people in your life who want. And I know the easy argument to make right now is your kid doesn't need X and your wife doesn't need Y and your husband doesn't need Z. And sure, you're right. They don't need any of this stuff. But it also sucks hard to not have the money on hand to provide that Christmas that your loved ones are hoping for, especially the kids. It'll make you feel like a failure. It makes you feel like you're letting them down. It takes a piece of magic away from the holidays for them as far as you're concerned. And that's the wrong way to think. But it's not easy to convince someone of that.
Yeah.
And if there is a way for me to pull cash together I don't have to make this work, to see the look on their faces Christmas morning, it's really hard not to hit that button.
I understand. Yeah. I understand the temptation, but
the big ticket items especially.
The big ticket items, it's really going to kill you.
Yeah.
But the big ticket items are the ones that kids
go
back
for.
And, oh, man, remember when I got that Power Wheel or Hot Wheel or Power Wheels? Power Wheels when I was 10 years old. It was a Hummer.
Yeah, the guy's probably still paying for it.
Okay, fine. I find it very funny that you are making this argument. Seeing as how if this existed when we were younger.
Bro, I've been there. I have been there, bottomed out, overextended. Oh, my God, I'll never get out of this. And it sucks. It's just the worst. Like, and I always felt like I'm never going to. I had this debt from marriages and stuff, and I'm like, I'm never going to get out of this.
Yeah, I know that feeling very well.
It's such like a. It's almost like you're in a financial Grand Canyon and you're looking up.
But here's the thing that didn't keep you from spending money you didn't have even when you were in that debt.
Bro, I was still buying the porn and the booze, yes.
So for you to sit here and be like, oh, don't do it, because you would still be doing it if it wasn't for the situation you're in right now, and I'm the same way.
Yes, but I'm glad I'm out of it.
Okay.
Finally. But I'm 65 years old.
But you could easily get yourself back in it if for some reason your wife wised up tomorrow. Wow, Italian hat. Gotta have that. Can't afford it now. Thank you, Klarna.
Yeah, and they hit you with that every time you buy something, too. So
Especially
it's always right there.
If you hit it once, you got to get bombarded by all these sites.
Oh, I don't even think
you don't have to hit it.
I've never used it, but it pops up every time.
I've never seen it.
On every site.
Next time, you're probably getting the Italian version. A
buongiorno.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are talking about these new, I guess you would call them, buy now, pay later options for online shopping. Affirm, Sezzle, Klarna, Split It, Afterpay. By the way,
Split It.
Is there a company that is paid just to come up with these names? Because they all suck.
Yeah.
But
they sound like porn titles.
They are buttons. Klarna?
Oh, yeah.
What would that look like?
What do you think, man?
I'm asking.
I don't know. You just pointed to
it sounds like a foreign word for ass.
Klarna?
Yeah.
These companies.
Like Klarna?
Klarna. I just said it 5 times. La Klarna.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely ass in some language.
They exist as a button next to Pay Now or PayPal or Apple Pay, where you click on it. Most of them you pay in 4 separate payments. They do not charge you any interest or any fee. They do a quick, minor, non-bang your credit report background check to make sure you have the cash. Almost everybody qualifies.
Yeah.
The problem is they don't charge you monthly. They charge you bi-weekly, meaning every 2 weeks. If you don't have the cash,
bend over.
You got it. And the first
Klarna.
If you don't have the money for one of the payments, you get a late fee. Then they charge you 25%, seems to be the industry standard, on the cost of the entire purchase. And if you struggle making those payments or can't, you go to collection.
Yeah.
So have you also noticed, and I've only noticed this on Amazon, but if you buy a product that they think you're going to buy again, like let's say it's a refill for something or something you're going to run out of, they'll also hit you with a subscribe and save. So now the product's cheaper because they're going to send me another one in however many months.
Yeah.
And you may think like, okay, I'll do that once and then I'll cancel it so so I don't have to keep buying it. And then you're probably going to forget to do that by the time the next one shows up.
And it's funny too because even when the next one shows up, I go, I got to cancel that, and I'll forget. And I'll have 3 of those things.
But you do see that cheaper price and you think it's worth it.
But if it's something you constantly order.
See, there we go. Here comes the sucker.
But
man,
I might do it.
Save 15%. I'm a genius.
Because I buy coffee through Amazon.
Okay.
What?
But don't you feel like they
Why
send it to you
bad?
before you're actually out, and then it starts to stack up?
What are you making a hand gesture for?
You sit here and you argue about financial responsibility.
Yeah.
And you want to lecture people about getting under this, thing of I've been there. You buy your coffee on Amazon.
Yeah.
And you go to Wegmans every single day.
Yeah.
Did they stop selling coffee at Wegmans?
No, but I buy a case of it.
No, I understand. Did they stop selling bags of coffee at Wegmans?
No, they didn't. But this is I'll tell you this, wise guy. I buy the coffee on Amazon, and it's cheaper because I buy it by a case, and it's a little cheaper.
Oh, so did Danny hear that? Mr. Wegmans can do no wrong?
Well, he gets enough of my money.
I don't even believe you that it's cheaper.
Yeah,
I think you just like the convenience.
So Wegmans sells this brand of coffee?
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
But theirs is like $3 more a can.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
You don't want to put $3 in the can?
No.
No?
I'm trying to keep my can light.
Look, I would make a joke, but I can't financially handle it. Right
I'm trying to do a can budget.
A Klarna budget, if you
Yes.
So here's the other thing. Let's say you are able to afford the payments when you use Klarna, Afterpay, Split It, whatever.
Yeah.
And you're not facing any kind of late fees. Really, you're just using this as an extension of your paycheck totally for free.
All right.
There's actually one more problem that we haven't addressed.
Even if you're paying on time.
You got it.
What?
Studies have shown people who use these buy now, pay later businesses, on average, spend 41% more than the average consumer at checkout.
So
I
they're
would
buying
spend more.
You got it.
Yep.
And that makes sense. I mean,
You
why?
feel like you're not spending as much because you're not paying that that total up front.
Yes. And, well, they get into the psychological aspect of it in these studies. It shows that folks tend to spend a lot more when they realize they have access to things that they wouldn't normally have. So even if you are making your payments on time, odds are you are spending almost 50% more.
So you're really not. You're just buying more. So in the end, you spend more money anyway.
I mean, you're getting more.
Right, but you also didn't need it.
But
It's got to be a lot of impulse crap then.
Well,
Because if you didn't need it, that's an
I
impulse.
don't know
Okay,
if it's
again-
impulse buy. It's something maybe you wanted to buy, but you weren't sure if you wanted to spend the money.
But that to me is an
That
impulse.
is an impulse buy, right?
Right.
Isn't that the definition?
I mean,
well,
anything
I just thought
outside of
impulse buy was just
necessity.
something that you just showed up. You're like, hey,
Right.
I like that. I want it.
But that's an
not something you were
impulse buy.
thinking of.
Okay. Look, again, Tommy, anyone else making the argument that you are making right now would be fine.
It's this man that owns every piece of athletic gear.
I admit I'm not the one arguing against this. I'm the one saying I understand why people get into it. I
I could
understand.
totally understand spending more if this is how you paid for things.
You are trying to sit here and be like, oh, beer that's irresponsible. You bought mushroom jerky on a whim.
Never again. Hey, I didn't. That I won't buy again.
That was an impulse buy. The amount of impulse buys you come in and tell us about the
Yeah.
next day because it's fed to you in your Instagram
But there's
algorithm.
this new one I want to try.
What?
It's freeze-dried ribeye steak chips. that
Wow.
you eat like jerky, but it's legitimate, just ribeye steak that's freeze-dried.
How much is that?
It's too much.
How much?
If I tell you, you're gonna laugh.
It's probably like $10 a chip.
So it's a 1 pound rib steak. But
Okay.
It's freeze-dried down.
Okay.
So think of a pound ribeye, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it's freeze-dried,
Okay.
sliced up a little thin,
Yeah.
and it comes down. It's 5 ounces.
Okay.
It's $35 a bag.
$35
I didn't buy it.
for a 5-ounce bag of chips.
I didn't buy it.
Did you buy it?
No, I did not.
Did you buy it?
I did not buy it.
Okay.
But keep looking at it all the time.
You're gonna
it
buy
looks
it.
so good.
He's gonna buy
But
it.
I can't imagine blasting through $35 worth of
No.
like beef in a
No.
minute.
5
Without
ounces.
thinking
Yeah.
about it every time you eat a chip.
Right.
By the way, that also doesn't sound healthy to eat an entire pound of steak freeze-dried that
But
turns
it's
out
slice it thin. It's very
I understand.
dehydrated.
It's slice it thin.
It's slice it thin.
Slice it thin.
Slice it thin. No, wait a minute. It would be like taking like 5 pounds of spaghetti and like making it into one bar and swallowing it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Probably.
Like what happens when it gets like mixed in with your?
Bro, your cholesterol would go through the roof.
Okay.
Because it's just beef, fat, and salt.
Okay. So wait
Tell
a
me
minute.
that don't sound good, though.
It sounds delicious, but again, you go, no, I don't do impulse buys, and you just told us about a $35 bag of chips that you're gonna buy. I know you're gonna
not
buy
gonna
it.
do it.
I mean, all right. I'll ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, have you guys finished your Christmas shopping yet,
Yes.
Kimmy?
I got a few more things. Something I'm waiting on to show up.
Were you able to get everyone what you think they would have wanted? Like, to the excitement level, you're going to be excited to watch them open it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, you are a rare person. Good for Kimmy.
I got a nice surprise coming up.
You made that sound dirty, too.
No, a
Wait,
nice
like
surprise.
Hey, I got a
wait.
nice surprise.
For
Hey.
you? For
Right
you
here.
or for somebody else?
No, for my wife.
Oh, okay.
Something she wasn't expecting.
All up in your
Oh.
Klarna. Not your wife, just in general. No, because, I mean, if you were to poll
Yeah.
all Americans,
Yeah.
I am willing to bet that at least half Americans are disappointed by what they were able to get for the people that they love the most. What you want to provide
Yeah.
for your spouse and your children versus what you were able to provide
Yeah, I'm sure.
for your spouse and your children, right? So, like, and the point I'm making is even someone who is financially stable, like Kimmy, she's the smartest
Oh, yeah.
financial person we
You
know.
got bank.
Got it from her daddy
Yeah.
with that brilliant financial mustache.
Yes.
I could see why even someone like you, not having the scratch, being financially responsible,
Yeah.
would say, well, look, my husband deserves this. We'll just do this, and it'll work
I
out.
think you cut back later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And maybe she has the ability to do that. I don't. You
No,
don't.
most people don't
No.
cut back later.
No, because I didn't need the thing sitting behind Tommy right now, but I just wanted it.
If you are watching our live stream, Kimmy got us a gift for the studio.
Mhm.
It is a life-size Josh Allen cardboard cutout, and it's the greatest thing that
It
ever
is
happened.
very cool.
Yeah, it was like, I think I'm going to get this.
And to further establish how stupid you and I are with impulse buys, the second Kimmy showed it to us, I asked her where she got it so I could get one from a basement. Because I also want a life-size Josh Allen in my basement.
Well, you gotta have.
I want at all times to be within touching distance of a life-size Josh Allen. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
You know, as we're talking about money spent and all this stuff
Yeah,
for
sure.
the holidays, right? It's not just the gifts, man. Just the money flies out of your account.
Mhm.
You walk out of your house, you spend $100 easy.
Sure.
If you are hosting whatever holiday it is you do,
Mhm.
there are two ways to do it.
What did I do?
Well, you can give someone a good time,
Yeah, nice.
or you can give someone a high-end time.
I mean, like flashy.
Well, I mean, that's just it. And
Top
that's,
shelf.
That's the word that I want to focus on.
Okay.
Because top shelf suggests that
It's the best of the best.
when you're doing it for them,
Yeah.
for the people that are coming in, I want to give you a top shelf experience.
Yeah.
Flashy
Yeah.
suggests that you're doing it to impress. And with this specific item,
Ooh.
does high-end
Is
mean?
the one I like?
Oh, you love
The
this
one I
stuff.
bring it up all the time?
You maybe? If you go high-end here,
Yeah.
are you doing it for them where they appreciate it? Or do you see this person pull this stuff out and go, douche? Next, here in the break room. Let's see CMF. There are those, Tommy,
What's that?
who only want their guests to have the very best.
Yes.
You may see this holiday season, wherever you are celebrating, get rolled out, right? The finest of foods, the most decadent of desserts, and these that cost a pretty penny. The good news, these are now less expensive.
Okay.
The bad news, not everyone who is given this to imbibe in sees it as a classy gesture. Some see it as a giant douche.
So they wouldn't appreciate it.
Maybe they do appreciate it, but they're not appreciating it coming from you.
So they'll eat it.
They'll
look down on you.
They'll drink it, but they know you're doing it
it's a drink.
They know you're doing it for a reason.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. If you were driving down Mount Reed yesterday, holy crap.
What happened?
Holy crap.
Something happened?
Somebody made a mistake.
Okay.
And they made a mistake. This thing has been there forever, Kimmy, right? I don't remember a time. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Like there's something about it that you could tell it's been there forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, it has that look.
I mean, this guy made history in the worst way possible because nobody had done this up until this guy did it. And it's an obvious mistake. We'll get into the story just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
You hear all the time about how expensive everything is.
Oh, too much.
Well, there's one segment of products that is actually going in the opposite direction.
Oh, what's that?
High-end liquor.
Oh.
Specifically, whiskey and tequila.
Oh, it's coming down a little bit.
It turns out in the past year, alcohol sales kind of hit a slump.
Yeah. People ain't boozing.
Yeah, maybe we're drying out after all the pandemic drinking. But the folks who were drinking this year were more budget conscious. They were buying more economy alcohol. And that has brought down the prices for premium high-end liquors. The bottom line is this. If you really want to impress the people that could be coming over for the holidays, or you want to walk in the door with a bottle that will get people talking.
Oh, yeah. A stunner.
This is your year to do it.
Okay.
So, Tommy, you are a professional drinker. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's say you go over to someone's house for a party.
Yeah.
And they walk out of the other room with a high-end bottle of whiskey. Rare brand.
Yeah.
Aged decades.
Yeah, sure.
They got a story about it. They're going to tell you, because there's always a story behind a high-end bottle of liquor. They're going to pour a glass for everyone around.
All right.
Is that person classy or douchey?
A douche. They're a total douche.
Why?
Because if I got to if you're going to make a production out of it and give me the backstory, you're my brother. My brother will break something out and show it to you.
Yeah.
Tell you how much, where he found it, how long he had to wait to get it, and then pour you a little bit of it, and then he also wants to gauge a reaction of it.
Well, yeah.
It's nothing but a production. It's like I went to the Finger Lakes for an event.
But don't you kind of feel like you have to say something when you bring out like the higher end stuff, only so people know what they're drinking? Because otherwise, like I could see my dad taking it and mixing it with freaking Coca-Cola and completely destroying it. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but that's the risk you take when you want to go top shelf, right? But to make it,
I don't know.
I got a buddy.
I think you got to let people know that they should be appreciating it in a certain way.
So I got a buddy. He ended up scoring himself some of this Japanese whiskey.
Sure.
I didn't even know the Japanese made whiskey.
Yeah.
But when his buddies come over, he breaks it out, and then he keeps an eye on certain people.
Yeah.
What?
Where'd you say that? Because I got this other buddy who, for the holidays, got me this really nice bottle of Japanese whiskey. Got it really nice. Really nice.
Bro, I had to search and search and search for that.
And then I opened it up.
You don't want to know the price.
And then I open it up, and I go, wow, this is amazing. Thank you so much. And he just stared at me. He just stared at me
what are you talking about?
at one certain morning until I go, you want to open it up and try it? No, yes.
No. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you got to make sure it's good.
And then I crack it open because I haven't tried this one yet.
Yeah.
Delicious, by the way.
Oh, very good.
And I was
top shelf.
I go, you want to try some? So I thought we were sampling.
Yeah.
So I take the glass that he hands me because he was so classy. He went upstairs and got the glasses.
Yes.
And I go, just tell me when. Gloop, 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 gloop.
Well, you got to get a good sip.
So then I asked him, when's the next bottle come? Because I poured the whole bottle into this glass for you. Shut up,
barely
you
enough
bitch.
to wet my lips.
Shut up. So you're telling me.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, let's go back because you said a lot of things there. You cannot pull out a high-end bottle of liquor, if you've ever done it in your life, without telling a story.
Yeah, you got to say something about it.
But you're paying for the story.
Yeah.
You're paying for the conversation.
But then it's like, but I like if somebody does that for me, I always feel guilty then. Like, why are you doing this? And if this whiskey is so
Well,
important,
they want to share it. That's
But-
why they're pulling it. They could go hide it, and you would never know it's there. If
Oh,
they
no,
didn't
I do
want
that
you
a
to-
lot,
if
depending
they-
on who's at my house.
Yeah, if they didn't want you to have it, they wouldn't bring it out.
I know, but then I was like, I feel like I got to reciprocate. It's not like a regular drink. It's like this special moment, and then you got to like knob them for, oh my God, this is great. This is so generous. I got to rain accolades on their gesture.
Oh, so you pass on the drink then?
No, I'll drink it.
Oh, drink it, but I'm not happy about
Well,
it.
I don't. I want the experience.
Okay, so shut up. If you want the experience, you got to sit through the
But
rest.
you kind of pay me into this drinking corner here because I also can't say no. Because let's say you pour a drink for everybody and I go
Yeah.
no, and they know I like whiskey, right? I have to accept it.
Like Christ on a cross. What can I do? What could I do?
The burden's on me.
Oh
Pat.
my goodness, no! By the way, it's the only time you're ever going to get to drink something
Right, that's
like
what I'm
that.
saying.
So don't sit here and be like you're not excited that you're getting the opportunity.
I kind of am, but I hate I hate when I get something with there's strings attached.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
person pulls out a high-end bottle of liquor at their
Yeah.
house at a party. They do the whole story, the
Yeah.
whole thing. They pour it for everybody. Is that person classy or are they a douche?
It's a little bit of a douchey move, but you have to do it.
Okay, so you're
I
also
think it's kind of one of those things where it just comes with the territory. Like there's no way, even if that person isn't a douche, it's hard to do it without looking like a little bit of a douche.
so you're saying
But
both,
I think it's an acceptable amount of douche.
both of you are saying
It's like when you talk about rat hairs and hot dogs.
so both of you are making the argument
Yeah.
that if someone were to share this high-end expensive thing,
It's a douchey hobby.
that they do not have to share
But I
with
can
you,
appreciate it.
that they're being more dick than they are generous.
So
No, I think they're being generous.
A generous douche.
Yeah.
so my,
But you got to do the whole show when
Yes.
you're doing it.
But so my brother did one of the douchiest things you could do. So when my parents were still alive in Florida, he had everybody over at the house. We got them from the home and everything. The whole family's there, nieces and nephews and all this stuff.
Mhm.
So my brother was getting into. Do you know what grappa is?
Is it like
It's like kind of like wine, but
Okay.
I want to call it Sicilian moonshine.
Okay.
But this stuff goes for like a fortune. And of course, he's got a wall of this crap, right? And he's got them in these fancy decanters. And he tells my niece, who's with her husband, I want you to try this, honey. I want you to try this. So he pours her a glass of this grappa. And by the way, it's turpentine.
okay?
It ain't for most people.
Yeah.
He looks at her husband and says, this is just for family.
No.
We didn't pour him a drink.
That's
And he was sick because my
bad.
and I love this kid. He's a great kid. And he thought he was joking. And my brother just puts it back on the shelf and walks away.
Oh my
he
God.
was serious.
Okay, that is
Yeah,
douchey.
No.
Pretty douchey.
That's king dude.
Yes, I agree
Yeah.
with you, but that's not what we're talking about
It
here.
kinda is.
No, it's not. I'm not going to pull out a bottle and then not
Yeah,
give it to
and then
some
give it to
people.
half
But
the
it kind of is because it's that whole production. Like he could have pulled her aside,
Yeah.
right? And
Or just not taking it out at all.
no, but he could have just poured her a glass, slipped it to her
Yeah.
there, and tried it. This is my point. He wanted to make a production out of it.
Okay.
And if you just give it to somebody quietly, that's the way. That's the class move.
Okay.
But did this go beyond the booze though? Was this more of a we don't accept you yet into the family?
No, because everybody the kid's been around forever, and he's a good kid. He's been dating my niece
All right.
since and my niece is a handful, bro.
For God's sakes.
No, she's a great kid.
Who's classy
I know,
now?
I know.
No, but she's a handful.
Everyone's just catching stray shots in here.
But my point is, don't make a production out of it.
No, I would argue the douchiest thing is actually the opposite. 252 WCMF
Just drinking it yourself.
252-9263. No, that's not what I mean. Again, we're talking about how high-end liquor this year is down in price.
Yeah.
Specifically, whiskey and tequila. Alcohol sales took a hit this year. We don't know why, but people that are drinking started drinking more economy, which means the high-end whiskeys and tequilas, the
Yeah.
prices had to come down to move them. And we're asking if you are at a holiday party at someone's house and they pull out a nice high-end bottle of liquor and pour it for everybody, is that a classy move or a douche move? I would argue
Okay.
that pulling out a high-end bottle of liquor and just starting to pour it without the story is actually more douchey.
Why?
Because it tells me, no, I drink this all the time. It's not even a big
But
deal.
maybe you act like you've had it before. Don't be braggadocious.
No, but that's the
That'll work.
exciting part. Yeah, that works. That's the exciting part of the whole
The
thing.
brag?
Yes, because by me explaining it and like making a production out of it, I am establishing this is not something I drink on a regular basis. I love you so much. I care about you so much as people. I'm telling you, that's how I feel.
But it's never high-end liquor is never poured with love. It's poured with douchery.
No, it's not.
It is.
Bro, if I went over to a guy's house and he pulls out Johnny Walker Blue, that's a high-end bottle.
Bro, you talking like, forget it.
And he doesn't say a word. Wow, it's amazing. We went back 25 years all of a sudden. Bro, I forget it. Bro, at the high-end. He's got a boat. Big old house on the water.
Right there, mansion. Boat parade goes right by it.
Right down here to coastal. If you just start pouring me the liquor, I'm thinking, what a douche. You just drink this every day. That makes you a dick.
No, but that's just I'm a rich guy. That's what I drink.
Yeah, that makes you a douche.
But I don't rub it in. But the other way is rubbing it in your face.
No, it's not.
All right, so I drink what I drink, right?
Yeah.
And if I go, you want what I'm having? You go, yeah, I just pour it for you. I don't. Oh, well.
But you don't drink high end.
Well, I drink.
You drink middle of the road. Hey, you drink good for you.
See what you're doing?
Whoa.
See what you're doing?
I drink.
Is that only for family?
I keep the same whiskey in the house that you drink. I like drinking that, but it's not like bank-breaking whiskey.
No, it's not. But it's good stuff.
You're one step above rot gut, man.
Oh, your mom?
Wow. 252 WCMF, 252-9263.
All night.
High-end bottle of liquor at the Christmas party, family Christmas party. Pouring it for everybody. Is that a class move or a douche move? Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. My brother, he works for Sazerac in a different state that has they control their liquor, like their allocations.
Okay.
And Sazerac has like all the high-end bourbons, like Pappy Van Winkle.
Oh man, you've had Pappy Van Winkle?
Yeah, and
Don't you have that every Saturday night?
And my brother, he's the kind of douche that's like a walk encyclopedia about things. And he will not shut the F up about all the history and blah blah blah.
So he's a bourbon know-it-all. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't care. I like Maker's Mark.
That's good stuff.
Sometimes I have other stuff. Well, and I like it because I went to school with the girl. That's her family.
You're doing it right now, Chris. Chris, you're doing it right now.
So that just gives you a foretaste. I can't stand it. I do it a little bit. And my family, they're a bunch of big drinkers. Like Tommy brought up grappa. We call it the grip of the grappa. Every Christmas, my dad gets so damn hammered on grappa that he passes out and has to have help.
It's gasoline. That stuff's flammable.
All right, but here, Chris, here's the thing. You bring up Pappy Van Winkle, and for those who are not familiar with the alcohol, maybe you saw the Netflix documentary. It's one of the most expensive alcohols you can.
It's a very rare bourbon,
and that's if you can get it.
Yeah.
By the way,
so that's the thing. It's if you can get it, because in that state he allocates. Like I think this year, I remember because I was like, "Hey, you're my brother. Why don't you make it worth being my brother and help me get a bottle?" And I know he gets it, and he allocates what stores get it. And it's only like 29 bottles for like the state that he lives in. And the issue isn't how much they sell for because the state controlled. It's the secondary market. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. So if you can get one.
What I'm getting at, Chris, I've only seen this in person once. I mean, that's how rare it is. But Chris.
Well, you've seen it.
No, I'm saying I was in a place I shouldn't have been.
That's
Have you seen a bottle? Have you seen a bottle of this?
No.
Okay.
I don't run into your circles, Patrick.
This is not a place I should have been.
He actually touched the face of Pappy.
I will tell you after I hang up the phone. No, but Chris, what I'm saying is I've been so curious about what this tastes like. I don't care how long your story is. You can ramble on for an hour. I just want to taste it.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. I had it. I don't think it's that great. It's not worth anywhere near the story or the hype. Like I'd rather have $1,000 worth of Maker's Mark bottles that'll keep me happy for a while than have 16 ounces of Pappy Van Winkle to just barely sip on.
But you got to try it.
Exactly.
And that's
you
the
got
cool
there,
part.
bro.
Yeah,
I agree with
you. Got to tell us that it sucked.
Yes, Chris.
Do you know why, Kimmy?
Why?
Because my family comes from a high-end snob douchery drinker.
Yeah, it got carried on to every member, Chris. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest.
I do give people that work in the industry a little bit of a pass. Because I do know people that they have their homes are stocked with high-end stuff because a part of their job is selling it or trying it. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
So I kind of give you a pass because you're supposed to know about it. Part of your gig.
And any job anybody has, they're going to tell you about their job. When they go. I'm with Kimmy on that. But going back to the whole Pappy Van Winkle thing, when we were in London for the Bills game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, when you were in your high-end trip? Yeah, go ahead.
We walked into a bar that had it. And it was amazing. I had never seen it. It was under glass. It had lights on it. Like, that's how much they treated this thing. They had 3 bottles.
Wow.
And the guy told me they had 5. They sold it by the shot in the bottle without opening it to 2 American businessmen because of some economic tax thing.
Yeah.
The bottle in Europe was cheaper than the bottle you would have gotten in America.
Wow, it's made in America.
So these high-end businessmen that walked into this bar bought it, and it was like some insane thing, like $300 a shot.
Yeah.
They paid $300 a shot. What's that? What is there, 20 shots in a bottle, something like that?
Guess so,
So they paid that much money to take the wrapped bottle out of the bar and go home with it. Shut up.
That's a hell of a story.
It is a great story.
Are you going to pour that drink now?
Not for you, you bitch.
Well, I'm not family.
Let's take one more call, 252-WCMF. Mike's got the last word. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Pat, I used to work at a very high-end hotel here in Rochester, was the manager.
Where is it, Manhattan?
Yeah. So one New Year's Eve, I went downstairs and got the bottle of Pappy Van Winkle that we had under lock and key in the basement is where they keep all their high-end whiskey.
Okay.
Brought it upstairs, poured it out for 5 of my coworkers, room service, waitresses, bartenders. I didn't even know what it was until later that week when I found out that stuff was going for upwards of $500 a shot. And I had poured 5 people out shots of that stuff. It was the best whiskey I ever had.
Oh, my God.
So you poured $2,500 worth of alcohol in 3
without knowing
shot glasses.
Without knowing. New Year's Eve. It was the best whiskey I've ever had in my life.
So, Mike, it was worth – okay.
It was worth it.
Was it worth $500 a shot?
Yeah. To
There's
me,
no
I
way.
mean, I didn't know what it cost then. To me, it was just better whiskey than, Jack Daniels or whatever. But it was the best whiskey ever. It went down so smooth.
There's
it was
nothing worth
unbelievable.
$500 a shot.
No, I'm with you there, but I'm not going to spend it. But if somebody's got it for free, I'm dying to try it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So if anyone wants to show up at my house with a $500 shot of whiskey, I'll drink it. I will drink that whiskey.
It's delicious, man. If you get a bottle, I would definitely go for it because it was fantastic whiskey.
Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Here's the other problem.
I was going to say, would it bother you, though? Like, after you drank it and then you found out later what it was, like, or how high-end it was? Because you may not have really taken the time to enjoy it.
I would just think what I just wasted. Like, these people that buy, like, $1,000 bottles of wine.
Yeah.
Like, for dinner. Like, after I drink it, I feel like such an idiot.
I mean, I get it, but to answer Kimmy's question, I don't think I would want to know
You'd
what it
rather
costs.
just.
So I can actually
but what
judge
if you
it.
were like taking shots of it, like because you thought it was something cheap?
Okay, I mean, I don't do that at this age anymore, right? But like to your point earlier about it can't be worth it. I don't want my mind to be sullied.
Okay.
Right? Like if I don't know how much it costs.
Almost
Exactly.
like a blind taste test.
Exactly. Like, wow, this is amazing, and then tell me what it costs afterwards, because maybe I'm pleasantly surprised that it's some $18 bottle of whiskey.
Okay.
Not $500.
But that would ruin it when the guy comes up and gives you the whole story up front.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you would totally tarnish it.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Everybody at home, we got to move on. I'd love to hear more about your douchey family, but, we got things to do. Like, for example, rebuild a bridge on Mount Reed Boulevard.
Yeah.
Did you see this yesterday?
Yeah. Thank God nobody got hurt.
No, I mean, 2 people went to the – we'll get into the story.
Yeah.
We'll get into the story. But I think the most amazing part about this, because we've seen stories like this in other places in the greater Rochester area, but in the other places where we see them, it's a semi-common occurrence. This man made history.
Yeah.
And this bridge, it's been there forever.
Yeah, since I've lived here.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. You know, in a normal story, if you had done something that no one else had ever done before, it's amazing.
Sure.
And I guess the story is amazing in a different way because you would not want to be the person that made this kind of Rochester history. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
We got a little hate going on.
That's right. We got Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. We thought everybody in Rochester was excited for the return of this restaurant in Greece.
Yeah.
And we also assumed that when we found out last week it looks like it's not coming back,
Yeah.
that people would be sad.
Yeah, it kind of stung.
So it turns out not everyone was excited. Not everyone loved this place.
Oh.
This letter proves it. And it all comes down to how nostalgia messes with your brain. And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday morning, a roll-off dumpster-type truck, according to authorities, got into a hell of an accident on Mount Read Boulevard.
Oh, yeah.
Authorities say the back of the truck was in the up position.
Oh.
Not good. And took out a portion of a pedestrian bridge over Mount Read Boulevard.
Like it just collapsed to the ground. Right?
Yes, the pedestrian bridge over the road there.
Yeah.
A Kia behind the truck was also involved in the accident. It was hit by falling debris. The good news,
What's the good news?
looks like the truck driver and the Kia will be okay. It said they went to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
All right.
The bad news, that Mount Read was closed in both directions for hours.
And we need a new bridge.
Yes, we do. All right. So correct me if I'm wrong. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I've been alive in this town for 38 years.
Yeah.
It's a West Side. I know the West Side well.
Yeah.
That pedestrian bridge has been there forever, right?
It's got. I bet you it was built in the 60s.
Okay, right. When like Kodak and all those other
That's what I'm
businesses were
thinking.
great.
that would make
Okay.
sense.
Here's the other thing. I've never ever, not that I go that way often.
Yeah, your car doesn't go that way.
I've never seen anybody on it.
Good
Well,
point.
I've never seen anybody trucking
That's
over
a
that
good
bridge.
point.
Well, you probably, unless you're there, like when people are getting in and out of work, why would you see anybody on it?
I don't know why I would need to walk from
Well,
there
I think
to
like
there.
the parking lot for that building is across the
Oh,
street.
maybe.
She might be right.
All right.
She might be right because there is. I have to drive that way to get my kids
Yeah.
from school, and there's another business that she's right. Like all the parking lots are across the street from.
I'm guessing it's
central
mostly for the people that that work around the area.
I'm just assuming it's old because it has what I like to call glory days green color
Yes.
to it.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
And was it? I always wonder, was it always that green, or did it become that green?
It's a good
like
question.
over time,
Like the Statue of
When-
Liberty?
Yeah, when they first built it, was it shiny and a different color and just wear and tear made it that ugly seafoamy green?
But for some reason, everything that was built during the heyday of Kodak has
Yeah.
that weird
Yeah.
It does.
seafoamy green to
Yeah.
it, right? Okay. How did it take so long for someone to hit this bridge?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I don't know.
Does anybody listening know how long that bridge has been there? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because it's possible that bridge has been there for...
They could have built it when they built the interstate.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Mount Read's not an interstate.
Well, it's
No.
490 is part of the interstate.
Mount Read is not 490.
Well, it's
No.
yeah, you're right.
It's off of 490.
It's called a road. I drive on a road.
Road. All right, so
No, because
Well,
if it was built in the 60s, that would make it 65, almost 70 years old. Think about that.
All right.
But they built
You
it, I
old
guess.
bitch. He just had a internal sadness
Yes.
moment.
I mean, they built it high enough where all trucks could fit underneath it.
So they thought.
Until one, had a little
Put
bit
your
of an
dumpers
accident.
up.
But here's the thing.
What?
Now, obviously an accident, and thank God everybody is okay, right? This man may also have work to answer to, man or woman. I mean, we don't know who it was, which sucks. But being the first and maybe only person to hit this bridge the way that they did in however many decades it exists.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to hold that, you're going to wear that for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Unless something else amazing happens in your life, this is your walk away moment.
yeah. Like, because I would assume that this person's probably going to lose their job, which sucks.
Oh, yeah.
You feel for them, right? But, like, even when your buddies find out you did this,
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be how they introduce you to people forever. Like, when you go to a Christmas party 10 years from now and somebody pulls out a high-end bottle of whiskey and they start telling the story, they're going to stop the story and be like, this one's for Dave, who took out that bridge on Mount Read for the first time in, like, 60 years.
You take something out like that you own it, man, forever. You wear it like a suit.
The other question I have is if that bridge is in use, what the hell do those people do now?
Buy track shoes.
You can't run across 5 lanes on Mount
You
Read.
better go. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, because even if there's only a handful of people that use it, they don't really have any other option.
Can I?
Unless you, Yeah, I'm trying to think of a place to cross.
Well, there is no place to cross.
No.
And even if there is a place to cross, it's horrifying.
That's
Mount
why
Reed.
I did get a call from somebody. This has not been confirmed, but they did say they thought that this similar incident happened in the 90s and it took the bridge down.
Same bridge?
I guess.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, 2 in 60 years, pretty good.
Yeah.
And again, I love how we're saying 60 years. We're just assuming.
Yeah.
Right? 252 WCMF. We're talking about this accident yesterday on Mount Reed Boulevard. A dumpster roll-off truck, was driving, according to police, with the dumpster in the up position. Authorities say it hit a pedestrian bridge, completely took the bridge out.
Yeah.
Totally out. A Kia behind them was also hit by debris. The good news, it looks like both of them are going to be okay. The bad news, nowhere to walk.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've had discussions about inefficient, scary roads in the greater Rochester area. It is amazing to me that Mount Reed is still in the state that it's in. It has not changed.
Oh, it's raggedy.
No.
Right? And
it's just a very raggedy area.
Well, I mean, I get that most of it's in an industrial space,
Right.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So maybe there's not even a lot of things you could do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, there's a couple of sections where there's a stop sign, a road with a stop sign, then 2 lanes with a stoplight, another 2 lanes with a stoplight, and then cross traffic in front of it. And I've been driving down that way since I was 14 years old, going to Aquinas.
Yeah.
And I still have no idea who has the right of way on
It's very confusing.
Right?
And there's that side access road that runs along it, too.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then there used to be a strip joint along there, and I think there was also an adult bookstore.
So the adult bookstore is
in
still
the middle
there.
of nowhere.
Yeah, the adult bookstore is still there. I do not believe the adult dancing club is there anymore.
Yeah.
But
But
now,
it was like weird. Oh, hey, look at this.
yeah. No, I would drive past, like, when I was a kid. You know,
Oh, yeah.
16, 17, my buddies give me a ride over from school every time. We want to go. You
Yeah.
want to try to go in?
Sure.
You want to do? We never did it. You want to get caught. Kind of weird wearing your Aquinas polo into a strip club. You know, we're 18, 21, whatever it is. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know, even this discussion
Yeah.
shows what we're going to talk about, right? Because our memories of local things tend to play tricks on us.
Mm-hmm.
Because the fact of the matter is, with this place that was supposed to come back and all the excitement around it, how we remembered it was not exactly how it was.
Okay.
Right? Like, there was no way, no matter how great a job this woman would have done, had everything worked out, it was going to live up to the expectations that all of us had. That being said, nostalgia also goes the other way.
Okay.
Because there is no way you believe that something was as bad as it was 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Mm.
And we'll get into it with a letter about a business we thought that everyone was excited to see again. Next with Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. Our memories have a funny way of betraying us.
Oh.
And it goes two ways, Tom.
How's that?
Either nostalgia of something is so strong that you remember it as the greatest thing that ever happened.
Oh, sure.
Or you had a poor experience once or twice, and it's the worst thing you've ever seen. And there's almost never anything in between.
Yeah.
It's important to keep that in mind with this letter, because maybe the excitement we all had for this place was just as misguided as the terrible take this guy has. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago,
What happened?
we found out the return of a beloved restaurant on the west side that everyone was thrilled about. Looks like it ain't happening.
Yeah, they got a little financial pitch. It
The
happens.
little financial pitch.
Yeah.
The owner of the Crescent Beach, who was planning on bringing it back to its original dinner and brunch and bar glory, pleaded guilty to a check-kiting scheme. And it's bad. Like, according to reports, close to $20 million missing bad. Like, potentially decades in prison bad.
Yeah.
So, we assumed that the Crescent Beach was done for, at least the way that she planned it. And by the way, an update to the story earlier this week. Right now, the federal government owns Crescent Beach.
Wow, they're going to open it?
I don't think so.
The Federal Club.
I doubt they. I would go to the federal.
I
club.
would too.
You get your burger in 2 to 4 weeks. I doubt that the government will be springing for a high-end brunch menu.
Yeah, probably not.
So it feels like, Tommy, the dream we all had of reliving the past at this fantastic place is dead.
Yes.
But that seems to be okay, Tommy, for one man in particular.
But he's happy.
Well, a second ago, we told you everyone was excited for the Crescent Beach to come
Right.
back. And apparently that's not entirely true, because this man is here to make the rock-solid, no-way-to-poke-holes argument, well, you know it closed for a reason. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, hating on a beloved restaurant. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Where was I when all this love for the Crescent Beach Hotel started appearing again all of a sudden? I didn't think anyone missed that dump, nor talked about that dump. And now I turn on the news or your show, and that's all I hear about. This shows how really dumb you are thinking it was going to reopen. It was never going to reopen. You know why? Crescent Beach sucked. It has always sucked. It went out of business and hasn't been open for 20 years. Does that sound like a place people wanted to be? I've spent my whole life within 1 to 3 miles of the Crescent Beach. If you liked overpriced Italian food that any Italian mom or grandma could make better at home, you had to be there every Saturday night. The bar was even worse. A bunch of stuck-up, ugly bitches who always thought they were too good to give you the time of day. The building was always falling apart. It was a big-time eyesore, and they could have knocked it down years ago and built something way better. So shut up about Crescent Beach and let it go. No one wants it back anymore. Sincerely, Sean.
Okay, as you heard, that is a man who wrote us that letter.
Yeah.
Okay, keep me doing her best man voice. Thoughts on that letter, Tommy?
Damn, man. I mean, I love the place. I mean,
Yeah, but you're also trash, so.
I am trash,
Yeah.
and I'm also an ugly bitch.
You loved it so much that you drove to the west side to go have a meal.
I did a blind date there one night with one of our interns' mothers.
How is that not? You would be so fired today.
No, it was all set up. It was actually her. Yeah, no,
Well,
she
her mom
endorsed it.
wasn't an employee.
The intern set me up with her mother was. It was actually her stepmother.
Talking awfully fast, everybody.
No, but I even we had a nice time. And I always thought it was frozen in time.
Yes.
Like you had to understand what you were getting into.
Oh, it was above most other people.
But you didn't go because you thought it was going to be glitzy new.
Sure.
It was a throwback joint.
Look, I agree with you 100%.
And it had a rusty charm to it.
Look, Sean, in this letter,
Yeah.
who really hates the Crescent
You
Beach for
ain't
some
kidding.
reason, he gives a lot of reason, but there's one sentence in that letter that makes it pretty obvious why he didn't like the place. Quote, a bunch of stuck-up, ugly bitches
Yes.
who always thought they
Yeah.
were too good to give you the time of day.
I think that's where the hate is
Shut
coming
down
from.
Sean.
Yeah, Sean couldn't get laid in the Crescent Beach, so he hated it. And
Yeah.
the anger Sean has in this letter sounds like he has a hard time getting laid, period. But I digress. Tommy?
Yeah.
On one hand, you and Kimmy and I of the world
Yeah.
have memories of the Crescent Beach,
I love those kind of places.
right?
Yeah.
And that went along with a ton of calls we got when we heard about the Crescent Beach coming back. Everyone was excited to have it back the way we remembered it from the day.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, you have this argument from Sean that says it closed for a reason. If people really wanted it back, they could be successful. It wouldn't have taken 20 years to even try and revive it. And I guess the question is, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, who's right? Who's right here?
Well, he ain't.
He's not right.
No.
Okay. But, I mean, his argument that it's taken 20 years for someone even to try to bring it back, is that not a valid argument?
It's just so goddamn expensive to renovate it.
Too much.
Yeah. I think the problem is that you don't have somebody, with the capital to do it.
Right.
Okay.
Like, you would have to turn it into more than just a restaurant to get your money back.
You think so?
Well, it's prime waterfront real estate, right?
Man.
Listen, I understand it's a little over your family's head.
Excuse me? Please tell me about real estate. Man who owns none of it.
Yeah. Never tie your money up. I'm liquid, baby.
Yeah, you're definitely liquid, bro. On both ends at this point of your life. I mean, Kimmy, does he not have a good point that it hasn't been open for 20 years? If it was good, they would open it?
I think people want to see it open. Like, I think that there is enough interest in it. It's just a question of getting somebody with the money to do it.
Okay.
And do it right, yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing.
What's that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Nostalgia is a very interesting monster.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strong for both good and bad emotions. A single pleasant experience can make you pine for something for the rest of your life.
Oh, sure.
And it may be the reason why during the holiday season people go so over the top for Christmas, right? Like your parents gave you a great experience as a kid. Mm-hmm. It was the best time of your life, so you love Christmas time, and that's why you're all in now. Meanwhile, the same thing can happen for a bad experience,
okay.
right? If you went to a restaurant once,
they
dropped the ball, it sucks forever.
Yeah.
You also see this in memories people have about the city of Rochester itself. Something bad happened to them or they saw a bad story 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Now they won't set foot in the city because as far as they're concerned, the whole place is a cesspool. And there is almost nothing you can do to change someone's mind when that nostalgia kicks in. And I think, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm choking on my own spit. And I think that's what's so funny about this Crescent Beach story. Sean, who writes us this letter, hates the place.
Mm-hmm.
He is always going to hate the place. Kimmy, myself, you, Tommy, meanwhile, we're going to hope for at least one last meal until they knock down the building. Who's right? Who's wrong? Because there's no way to truly know unless we all have the opportunity to go back in there and see for ourselves.
But I would take that opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
Sure. But are you sure that the nostalgia that you have and all of the great memories that you have banked in your head, you're not going to be disappointed?
I don't know. I mean, I've done it in other places that I went to as a kid and went back to.
Okay.
And I wasn't disappointed.
Okay.
I mean, I still kind of was brought back. I mean, obviously things change, but I went to a couple places around the country where my parents had been when I was a little kid, and I went back and they were still open.
Okay.
And I thought it was just cool that they were still open.
So you're saying the draw of the memories walking through the door was worth it, period?
Yeah.
Right? It had nothing to do with the food or the drinks or anything like
that.
Yeah. Okay.
And some of these joints, this one joint I went to with my parents on this trip we did on the West Coast, I took my second wife to, and I was like amazed. It looked like the same guys worked there.
No kidding.
Because everybody was ancient.
I guess that works if it's been well maintained. You know what I mean? Like, I would want to go see it if it was similar to the condition that it was in when I remember it. But if it's just something that nobody's touched for a long time and things have kind of, the wear and tear over the years, like, kind of made it sad looking, I don't know if I'd want that experience.
But you might find that charming, too. It's got that old, still hanging in there.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if it looked the way it did, if it was, maintained, I think that, it would be a cool memory to have because this is the way I remember it. But if it's something that somebody let go and it still has that same stuff, but now it's just, a couple decades older and not well, I don't know, put together.
Maintained?
I just think that it would kind of ruin it for me. It'd be kind of sad.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Hey, another week. Guy named Sean writes us, upset that we have been fawning over the Crescent Beach for the last year and a half. How disappointed we were last week when we found out that 2 weeks ago the person who had purchased it was pleading guilty to a crime, and now the federal government owns a Crescent Beach hotel, and it all comes down to nostalgia. Because here's the thing. Sean, who writes us this letter, I think the guy's an idiot, right? There's obviously something wrong with him. Just needs to have sex, and based on how he's talking, probably not going to happen. But I also think there is you do need to think, and I hadn't thought about this before.
What's that?
About what the feeling's going to be like when you go back in. Because if you are so excited and you've been waiting so long, there is almost no way that whatever it is you're waiting to go back and see is going to live it up to your expectations.
Well, I mean, it's never going to nail it totally. But if you had a great night there, that memory's going to come back. It's going to make you feel good.
No, I'm with you. But, like, again, I was so excited.
Yeah.
So excited for the Crescent Beach. Like, now that I'm thinking about it after we got this letter, I probably would have been disappointed walking out of the place. Not that I wouldn't have gone back. Not that I wouldn't have said I had a good time. But it wasn't going to be what I thought it was going to be.
I would love to see it with a new life.
Yeah.
I think for me, like, I don't care if it looks exactly the way I remember it. I would love to see if somebody did finally put the money into it and make it the way they wanted it. I think it would be kind of cool to see it have a whole new life to it.
But you both have childhood memories of it?
Yeah.
I don't.
There you go.
So I only have adult memories.
Yeah.
But so your memories are completely different than mine, how you would see things as a kid as to now.
And I think that's what might be the difference here,
Yeah.
right? When it comes to kids' nostalgia.
Yeah.
And you're right, that's a difference. The truth of how great it was or how bad it was is probably somewhere in between. Because most of the time, it's that way with everything we remember from when we were kids.
Everything was huge when you were a kid.
Exactly, and it felt fancy and important, right?
Yeah.
Like, Kimmy, you love the Spaghetti Warehouse.
From what I remember of
She
it
loves
as a
warehouse
kid.
dining.
I am willing to bet if they opened up the same way they were from when we were kids, Kimmy in her 30s would not be over the moon about
Probably
warehouse
not,
spaghetti.
yeah. I just have, like, clips of it in my head, and I remember it being a really unique
Pasta
spot.
on a pallet, one of their best meals.
I would actually eat pasta on a pallet right now. I could eat a pallet with a pasta. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Alex. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo.
Great conversation this morning. Everybody's right, by the way. Sean's right. You're right, Duffy. It's basically Crescent Beach always had lore to it growing up because it just like flat out didn't belong in the neighborhood in Edgemere. Like you drive by and like, what is this place? It looks so fancy. It looks so cool. Maybe somewhat haunted looking, but it just looked like a fancy restaurant that could be amazing. And growing up, it was never really open. Like it was be open for a little bit, new ownership, closed down. So you never really got a chance to actually see inside it. But when it did finally open up, like it was just like extremely mid, as kids would say. I don't know, just not that good.
Stop.
at all.
Alex, how old are you?
I'm 33.
You can't say that word. You are not young
Well,
enough to say
you're
mid.
officially old.
Yeah.
What is it?
Mid.
Yeah,
See,
so
Tommy's
it was-
mid is like middle of the road.
Oh,
Short
okay.
for middle of the road.
All right.
Yeah, it just wasn't good at all. I mean, it was like fine at best, but like, and obviously like that when I started going to it, it really wasn't popular. Also, it's empty too. So, but I mean, it always had that potential to be cool just because of where it is. Like it looks cool. It's on the water. Everybody thought like, why isn't this place better?
All right, let me ask you this then, Alex. Let me ask you this. Having grown up in that neighborhood, having the experience, and here's what's even funnier about nostalgia, and he brings up a point I didn't even think of.
What's that?
He's 33.
Mhm.
I'm 38. Kimmy, you're 36?
Yep,
Okay.
35.
35. Yeah, no, thank God we cleared that up. My experience as a kid, I was there during the end of the glory days. Alex, even though you're only 5 years younger than me.
You probably don't remember the original.
But that's what I mean. Like, just that 5 years.
The glory days.
A massive difference in the experience you went in, right? Because, Alex, I remember it way different than you do, which also causes these arguments.
Exactly. Like like I said, like it always looked like it would be an amazing place, but it never really was open when I was young. But I heard it was a cool place, but like nobody was ever like dying to go to Crescent Beach that I knew of. Like, my parents would be like, it was okay,
No, he's gonna
but it's like, at the end of the day, like it always was a place that you looked at like, why isn't this place great? Why isn't it popular? Why isn't it open?
Maybe the federal government can find someone who's willing to do something with it. Hey, Alex, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
No problem. You guys have a good day.
Thanks, man.
But I think that's the most interesting part because you're probably, if anybody did ever do something with it, they would be catering to the Alexes, people that maybe don't really remember it in its heyday. So you could make it whatever you want. Because the people that are gonna be going there maybe don't remember it anyways.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You said the nostalgia joints are a big hit, right?
Okay, Patron Saint It's everywhere right
It's like
now.
a throwback joint.
It's a high-end steakhouse downtown. We talked about it when it first opened like 3 weeks ago, and I described it to you. It's like it's throwback on the inside, right? It looks
like an old steakhouse.
It looks like the set from The Shining, just with green, right? And it's booked out in reservations for months with people Kimmy's and I's age,
New
right?
vintage.
Exactly.
New old
So that's
stuff.
what you got to do there.
Yeah.
But that is
That'd be a hit.
But that is Crescent Beach. That's the original Crescent Beach.
Bring back all those snotty bitches. Do snotty bitch night.
No, quote, stuck up
Oh,
bitches.
excuse me.
As we've now drawn the line between childhood nostalgia and grown person nostalgia, I think when it comes to things we remember fondly, there is one thing we need to keep in mind.
What's that?
Most of the stuff you remember from when you were a kid that was good
For the time.
No.
Oh.
Only because of your parents.
Yeah.
The world seems safer.
Oh, sure.
Because
you had nothing to cloud your judgment.
But because your parents protected you. Your life was easier because you didn't have a full-time job and you can go play with your friends all day as a kid, right? There have always been massive problems. It's just when you're a child, you didn't have to deal with them.
Yeah.
So to say or to hear people say, things were so much better in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. No, they weren't. They were easier for you because you were eating pudding cups and getting candy from the Big M.
Yeah.
Right? Like your mother and father did a really good job of protecting you, which they should have from the ills of the world.
But they also oversold the joints to you, too, as a kid.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if your father took you to that place, right?
Yeah.
It was the best meal you've ever had.
Oh, yeah.
They be overselling it till his card got declined. And my old man would do the same thing. Most people don't eat like this. Maybe he'd do that. I wonder what the poor people are doing tonight. And, he'd just sell you on it. So you would think, like, you just went out and had the coolest thing ever.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Like, I'll be honest with you. You know how much I love Agatina's at Gates?
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite restaurants in the world. It's a nice place.
Yeah.
My dad would sell that place like it was the Ritz-Carlton to us when we were kids. Like,
You didn't know what else was out there.
Tuxedos and fine wines. And then you'd walk in.
Putting your fancy clothes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk in, you see the town supervisor at Gates in a sweater that doesn't fit him with a button-up shirt underneath it. I'm going to go to Agatina soon. Let's take a break. All right. We like to believe that we're above the noise of everybody else, man. That you're smarter than everybody else, man. That you can't be tricked into doing anything you don't want to do, man. But it turns out you're wrong. You are more susceptible to suggestion than you think.
Oh, I'm getting stroked?
Oh, you are, and I got proof of it, bro. There's a very popular show.
Yeah.
Did it end this weekend? Sunday nights?
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't give away any spoilers. My wife loves this show.
Yeah, it's the best.
And I have never watched this show before. And I finally sat down with her to watch an episode by accident.
Did you watch the last one?
I have not watched the last one.
Oh.
No, it was a couple weeks ago.
All right.
But what I witnessed, the commercials during this show are the funniest damn things you will ever see in your life. Because we've talked about the Hallmark Channel and their movies and how ridiculous and over the top and how stupid you have to be to buy into that stuff, right? I think you can make the same argument for what they're trying to sell you
Here's
here.
one product that they pushed during the show that I didn't know was for tough guys.
Tommy, there's Tough.
Yeah.
And then there's Yellowstone Tough.
Farm, ranch, and tough.
We're going to do it next year in the break room. On WCMF. You are more susceptible to suggestion than you think.
How so?
We like to believe that we can't be made to do things we don't want to do, that we are too smart to fall for that. But one TV show is living proof. If you think something will make you look cool, tough, unique,
like a man,
you're stupid enough to buy it. And this one TV show really lays it on thick. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can watch us look tough and cool.
Watch us talk.
That's right. Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Our live stream is up. It is rolling. Tommy looking like a safari guide for you. To your left, a giraffe. Brought to you, our live stream, by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Look for the Sprucifer this year in 6 packs, a tasty IPA, brewed with spruce tips.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. So go check that out from our friends at Three Heads Brewing with your friends on 96.5 WCMF. Okay, do you guys watch the TV show Yellowstone?
Yep.
No.
All right. No, you don't.
I have never seen it.
Okay,
no.
so neither had I.
I know all about it from somebody in the room.
But it has become kind of a cultural phenomenon.
Oh, yeah.
Yellowstone. And I will say this, man. Like, the idea behind it is really unique. The writing seems really good. You got some big-name actors, folks that are becoming
super
stars.
popular.
Yeah. And so was it the series finale this past Sunday?
Yeah, they're done.
Okay. For those who live under a rock, it is a show about a family that owns a ranch in Montana. It's got sex, it's got violence, it's got political scandal, it's got family drama. And like we said, it's become a phenomenon and was a must-watch TV show for millions of Americans every week. And I bring this up not to talk about the show, but the commercials during the show.
Yep.
Because Yellowstone has a formula. My wife watches it religiously. And until 2 weeks ago, I had never watched it with her. During the show, the commercials they run are all country, western, ranch life themed.
Tough.
Okay.
Every single one.
Everything's tough.
So they really center the ads even around the show.
Yeah.
You got
Okay.
it.
Some of the actors are in the ads.
Bingo. And every single product they sell, they make look rugged and American.
No matter what it is.
And tough and nails. Yes, example. For example, they advertise Coors Banquet beer. And that's the Coors beer that comes in the glass bottles. Tommy, I had not seen a commercial for Banquet in years. But this commercial they play during Yellowstone, it's got a bunch of cowboys.
They've been riding and roping all day.
That's right. That's right. And they take out their Coors keg bottles. Coors Banquet, because you're tough son of a bitch. And they got my wife with that commercial.
Yeah.
She turns to me after the commercial, and she goes, I want to try that.
Oh.
Really?
And I go, have you ever had Coors Banquet? And she goes, no. She only wants to try it because the characters in the show drink Coors Banquet. They've also, Tommy, incorporated Ram trucks into the show.
So, so all the trucks on the all the trucks they use in this thing are all these Dodge super enormous trucks.
Yep. Yes. So, Kimmy, every truck on the show, driven by the main characters, is a Ram truck. And that means you should get a Ram truck, too, in case you need to murder someone and don't have a bed big enough to store the body when you move it.
And you're not kidding. They dump the bodies in a gully.
Like, that's...
Yes.
There's a product tie-in where they're using the trucks to move dead bodies.
Yes.
Ram.
We want our logo
murders.
right on that. Yeah.
But the funniest commercial they run, Tommy, is the one that you brought to my attention. Fritos.
I didn't know Fritos were just for tough guys. Because they show like these
the
guys.
The toughest of the chips, I hear.
But they show like the guys are busting their ass all day on the ranch. And there's the cook. He's stirring that big old vat of chili.
Yep.
And then he dumps a whole thing of Fritos in, and all the boys are eating their Frito corn chips.
But, like, it's not to be funny.
No.
Yeah.
It's a completely serious,
Yeah,
straightforward.
because I've never seen that Fritos ad, so they must only run it for this purpose.
Giving
Kimmy-
Cowboys gas since 1871.
Like, they like it would be funny as hell if they knew we knew what they were doing. But no, they play it totally straight. Like, you ain't crap unless you're putting Fritos in a chili that you made in a pot out in the middle of the
It's
desert.
all an extension of the show.
My favorite one is a guy getting out of a beat-up pickup truck, and he's walking into your standard diner.
Okay.
And he's in Wrangler jeans. And everybody in that diner is in Wrangler jeans. And everybody in that diner is all country, tough, and attractive. Like, it's a diner full of attractive people, and when he walks out, the last thing he does before he walks out to his truck, he kicks the jukebox to get it going.
Yeah.
Much like Fonzie.
Yep.
And walks out the door.
But Fonzie, the communist sympathizer that he was a cowboy tough.
Yeah.
By the way, I also love, you're right, I've seen the commercial. Everybody is attractive.
Yes.
I don't want to stereotype here.
No.
But I would assume living your life working on a ranch, doing 14-hour days out in the sun all day, it's going to wear on your looks.
Yeah,
It's going to wear you out.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
A little bit.
You're going to look weathered. No, by the way,
Yeah.
nobody in this, there's only like 2 people on the actual show that look like they could work on a ranch. And my wife pointed out, she goes, yeah, that one guy was a ranch hand they just hired to do something. And he turned out
they
to be
needed some, like the real thing.
Yeah, he looks like a weathered old dude. But the rest of them are just actors, all good looking.
All right, so with all of these commercials during Yellowstone that
Yeah.
are aimed to sell you stuff to make you feel tough.
Cowboy boots. Yeah.
All of these things. It's the most ridiculous advertising you've ever seen. But it proves something.
What's that?
If we think someone or something is cool,
Mhm.
we will go out and spend our hard-earned money just to look like them, no matter how impractical it is. Now, for example, when you watch the NFL or you watch college football, you're also bombarded with ads.
Oh, yeah.
But those ads make sense. If I see a Miller Lite commercial during a football game, I could reach into my fridge or order a Miller Lite at the
It's
bar.
something you're doing already, most likely.
Bingo. If I see a pizza commercial during a football game and I want pizza, that looks good, I will pick up my phone and order Pizza Hut. Kimmy, you watch the Housewives shows on Bravo.
Sure do.
And you said they run a Chili's commercial where all the housewives go out to dinner and drinks.
Well, yeah, they were running a Chili's commercial about, I think it was like the martinis that they make or something, and they had 2 of the characters in one of the Bravo shows in it. But I've only ever seen it on Bravo.
But even that makes sense, that commercial, because the average housewife that lives in the burbs and loves Bravo will go out with their friends, maybe to a Chili's.
Sure, yeah.
It's all
Right on
relevant.
brand.
Yes, it's all relevant to your life. With Yellowstone, not a single person watching that show, at least 99%, are a rancher.
No.
No one needs Fritos to add to a big-ass pot of chili they're cooking under the stars with cattle driver. No one needs a Ram truck to navigate the hundreds of acres of land their family owns. But people are buying them because you want to feel as tough as those actors that are acting tough on the TV. Explain it to me.
It's got to work, though. It's got to be
I don't know.
So I guess you're going to see more of this.
Like specific targeted commercials
if
for
it
shows.
starts working, they're going to definitely do it.
Sure. But, like, there's no function to it.
No, I mean, they literally sell you these they have the actors pushing these high-end cowboy boots. And I'm guessing are like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. But somebody's going to buy them because you want to look like that dude.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I remember this wasn't necessarily an ad, but I know that people got so wrapped up in the show Peaky Blinders, this was a few years back, that people were getting the same haircuts that the guys in the show had, and they were wearing those, I forget what those hats are called.
I know, yeah, my wife tried to get me to get
But yeah, but like I think like you get so wrapped up in the show, whatever it is you're watching, that tough guy on that show, I want to have that same haircut. I think that makes me look tough too, or I that makes me look cool.
My wife loved that show.
Yeah.
And she started trying to get me to dress like the characters
You had
on
that
Peaky
haircut.
Blinders. I did.
Yeah, you got the outfits almost.
Shut up.
You do. You got all that Irish crap.
All that Irish crap?
Yeah, that crap you people wear.
2-5. What do you mean, you people?
Well, you people are you people.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Yellowstone. The series, it sounds like wrapped up on Sunday night.
Yeah.
But if you've never watched the show, they have specific commercials during the show, and almost all of them are Yellowstone related. And they will sell you all of the products trying to look tough, even Fritos. Fritos. And most of them are not functional for what they're selling them as, right? So here's the thing.
What's that?
With this knowledge that we have now, it's enough to make you wonder why we all buy the things we do. Why we have the stuff we have in our house.
We're just easily influenced.
And that's just it. Like the beer, the food, the car you drive, the clothes you wear. Did you spend money on that stuff because you liked it? Did you spend money on that stuff because it makes your life easier? Did you do it because it made economical sense? Or did you do it because someone in the ad told you to? Man!
Yeah, that's the way it works.
And look, I don't blame anybody. I'm not here to
we all
judge.
do it.
Right? It's just amazing how thick in this specific instance they lay it on and how well it worked on my wife without her even realizing it. And if it worked on my wife, it works on all of us.
Yeah, because they make you realize, oh, you're missing out. This is something you need in your life, even though you didn't realize it until you started watching this show.
But here's the thing. We don't.
Right, but they've convinced you that you do.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And they don't know me.
No,
right?
But they kind of do. They know if you're interested in this show and if you've been hanging out long enough, you're kind of digging what you're seeing.
Okay, but my wife, for example, is a Jamaican dermatologist that lives in the suburbs of Rochester, New York.
Yeah.
She could not be further away from what Yellowstone is.
Yeah.
Yet she bought into all of it.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, man, she would probably want to go buy a Dodge Ram truck right now just because Kevin Costner is driving it around for a little while. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave. How are you, buddy?
Good. And after Kevin Costner beats you in a 3-round fight, she's going to buy that Ram truck and leave with him.
Okay.
I think that you should fight Kevin Costner. He is a tough guy. He's been around forever.
I mean, he's had work done. I wouldn't want to ruin his work, Dave.
He's had work done.
No, I mean, he
You're
has.
right.
I mean, Dave. Like,
No,
I mean,
you're right. He has.
look-
Nobody looks that young for that.
But Dave, you're kind of even doing it right now because I love
what?
Kevin Costner's a great actor, right? A lot of movies I love him. But he's not tough in real life. He's an actor, Dave.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All right, just making sure we're all on the same page. Hey, Dave, as we're having this discussion, has anything rung in your head that you bought that you realized you didn't buy for you? You bought it because someone told you to.
I'm actually not that person. I don't buy things that
Nobody is, man.
They can't get to
Can't
it.
get to Dave, man.
Man.
Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Okay. Why am I fighting Kevin Costner?
I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. No, because like I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
I was going to say it'd be interesting to see the evolution of your fashion based on the shows that your wife enjoys. Because like during Game of Thrones, you probably had a little bit more scruff to you.
No,
right?
that did happen.
Yeah.
During game, well, okay, so my wife, whatever the hot show is, especially if there is violence and fantasy, she's in.
Yeah.
And I don't know what she's trying to escape, especially
There's
when you have
nothing
this to
about
come home
Game
to.
of Thrones that you can apply to your real life.
No, but
it will somehow sneak in there.
So, okay, no, not the Highlander. What was the one with the guy who was traveling through time? God, what was the name of that stupid show?
I know what you're talking about, but now I can't think of the name.
They go back and forth in time.
Yeah, it wasn't the Highlander. It was like that.
Something. What was it?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
She loved that show.
Yeah.
And that guy would wear a kilt on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And I have my
Yeah,
kilts.
you're a kilt guy.
Yeah, but I wear them for like events.
A kilt.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to. She was trying to find reasons for me to put the kilt on because
That
she
was like top of mind.
Because of Highlander.
Yeah, I mean, she was obviously fantasizing about this guy on the show, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, it's not really a lot of places you could
Yeah, true.
squeeze a kilt in there. I don't want to be random kilt guy. Nobody likes that guy. But even with Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
Like you're right, Kimmy.
That's the dragon one.
I'm guessing more men were sporting beards during the height of Game of Thrones than any other time in history.
And she did. She wanted me to grow my hair long, and she wanted me to grow my beard out further. And it was all because she was into Game of Thrones. I guess what we're learning here is
What's
my
that?
wife is doing anything she can to not live the actual life I'm trying to provide for her. I mean, you don't find this with your wife?
Oh, yeah. I think
Okay.
every wife does it. I think I do it.
No, I mean, like, I guess the escape. Because maybe Kimmy has stumbled onto something. It's not about us not realizing we're being pitched to.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's about us trying to escape the life that we're living by buying these things because what we're enjoying. Or
You want to
whatever-
feel like you're part of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
So, like, my
kind
wife
of.
watches all the housewife shows, and she buys all the that kind of stuff. And I think she wants to be part of that group. They're out having all this fancy fun.
Should we take offense to that?
No,
Well, no. I mean, it's like
it's never gonna
Well,
happen.
but I think I've seen.
It's pornography. It's a fantasy. It's a release.
I know, but like I thought things were good. Like we're all having fun, and then
They're
my wife's
good
like, God,
enough.
I'd rather have a dragon blowing hot fire on our house.
But I think you're saying like your wife dresses you that way, but I think that there are also guys that get wrapped up in these shows like without any help from anybody. They'll start to do it on
Well,
their
that's how I
own.
started watching Below Deck with my wife because she started watching it. I started watching it thinking it was stupid. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, thinking it was stupid. I
I mean,
tell
you
you
think
it's
you're
stupid.
a captain sometimes. It just kind of falls out of your mouth.
Talking about Captain Tommy?
Captain Tommy with his boating terms.
By the way, thank you, Christina. Outlander
Oh,
That's
was the
it.
kilt guy. We'll take one more call, 252 WCMF. We're talking about being influenced by advertising. Man! Big Steve's got the last word. Hey, Stevie, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Well, I was going to call out Outlander, but she beat me to it. I understand that Tommy's probably got a crush on Captain Lee, so that explains Below Deck. And as far as people glomming on to things that they see on TV, it's all about poor self-esteem and no sense of who the hell we are.
Man.
That's why this happened.
Okay, all right. Now, Steve.
Man.
Now, Steve, here's the thing. By definition, I'm sure you're right. Do you believe you are the exemption to the rule, that you can't be manipulated? Man!
Absolutely.
Oh, we lost
Oh,
Steve.
he cut out on his man.
There are times I feel like about myself, and I see a motorcycle commercial. I'm like, screw it, man. I feel terrible. I need a ride on a bike. It happens. It's the power of suggestion.
Oh,
Naturally,
Steve, your phone's breaking up on me, buddy. I got to let you go, but thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the
He
day.
brings up another show, Sons of Anarchy. When that was
Oh, the
popular,
motorcycle gang, yeah.
every guy that probably went out and did something to replicate something they saw in that show.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, hell, they were selling customizable T-shirts in the
Yes.
mall where you could put your name on the back of
Yes.
the Sons of Anarchy logo.
But there's nothing more influencing on men than any type of mafia gangster
Yeah.
movie or TV show. Because The Sopranos nailed it.
Another one. Yeah.
Like the amount of people would repeat the lines the next day.
Are men more susceptible to this than women?
I mean, look,
Because all these shows we're naming, it's tough guy shows.
Yes.
You're right. You're right. And I mean, and when you want to talk about the ultimate suggestive advertising, again, it's sports, right? They want you in the moment to go do what they're doing.
Right.
Maybe men are more susceptible.
Yeah.
That makes sense when it comes to self-esteem, right? We don't know who we are. We don't know what we want to be.
And everybody wants to be that guy.
And we don't have dreams anymore.
No, they don't.
But I want to be in the mafia or run a ranch or fight a flaming dragon.
Buy a motorcycle.
How about a ranch that where you raise dragons for the mafia?
Mafia dragon.
Yeah.
Bro, we just came up with $1 million idea. Mafia dragons.
Yeah. They burn all the evidence.
Let's take a break. All right, let's come back to real life.
All right.
Right, because you do need an escape. And this restaurant today is going to give you an escape. And
Nice.
when we talked about drunk food a couple of days ago, this showed up on the top because when you are intoxicated, you're willing to try anything. In fact, unique things sound good to you.
Oh, yeah.
But this, for this specific restaurant, may now be a bridge too far.
Oh, you don't like it?
It's not that I don't like it.
You don't see it.
I'll let you decide.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. look, you want to be successful, just do what you do well.
Okay.
And that seems to be an issue this restaurant has had because what their standards are, everybody seems to love.
Oh.
Yet they branch out. And every time they branch out, they screw it up.
Okay.
And today they will be offering this in their stores for the first time ever. And I don't get why, of all the places you could go for these, this would be attractive.
So you don't think it fits?
No.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Taco Bell
Okay.
is adding a new menu item, not today, tomorrow. For the first time ever.
A little south of the border treat.
Well, that's just it. These aren't really south of the border.
Oh.
Does it fit the theme?
You'll be able to go to Taco Bell to get chicken nuggets.
Great.
Like your standard chicken
No,
nuggets.
these are
No, like extra
No,
flair to it,
Just a
Jimmy.
side nugget.
they're Mexican chicken nuggets.
which
Okay.
means
They are breaded with broken up tortilla chips.
okay.
A little bit of a twist, but
I mean,
I think
I'm
it's
sure
chicken.
that they're not
everybody
bad.
does-
just not
There's
what
so
I
many
want.
chicken joints now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Chicken's out of control.
Okay, let's not go with the out of control.
No, I called big chicken years ago. I said it was coming.
Big chicken.
Yeah. Well, think about it. You got all these mom and pop chicken shacks.
Yeah,
around
no,
here.
yeah, we talked.
You've got the Chick-fil-A. Isn't there another one? Chicken Out.
Chicken
like-
Out, Chick-fil-A, Chick Magnet, Nashville Hot Chicken.
Yeah.
Well, we
too
keep
much.
going. No, it's not too much. They're all good.
No, but I don't want to your point, if I'm in the mood for tacos, I ain't thinking chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like that's not even something you can argue. Like throw on the chicken nuggets because I don't
Right.
want a taco and a chicken
No,
nugget
it
at the
just
same
doesn't
time.
go together.
Unless it's a chicken nugget taco, which I would try,
But see, I don't want French fries with my tacos.
which they
They
also
have the-
sell.
Yeah.
But I don't want. And I love French fries, but I don't want those together. I think those two, they ruin it each.
Okay, now
experience.
you're saying things you can't take back. You're going too far.
No, I'm going to
Now
tell you
you-
right now,
no.
the French fry and a taco experience, it ruins both experiences.
Shut up.
It does.
No, if they
I don't
sold
think it
actual
ruins it. It just
Taco Bell
not
sell
top of mind.
Taco Bell sells nacho fries and they're not real fries. If they sold real fries, I would eat real fries with tacos. But that's a whole other argument. Kimmy, you were going to say. I'm sorry.
Well, I will give Taco Bell credit because they always have something on the menu that doesn't really fit that they're willing to try, I
Okay.
guess. So maybe they're just going to keep doing it until something hits.
They think outside
and then
the
they
taco.
can add it. Yes, they think outside the taco.
No, their slogan is "Think outside the box."
Well, the taco
Oh.
sits in the box, doesn't it?
No, they sit.
You
they
can't
do
have a
think
taco
outside
without
the
a box. Think about that.
No.
Taco in box.
So
Like maybe they're just hoping every now and then somebody that catches somebody's eye. Like, yeah, I got to try that, and maybe because you sometimes see like these weird menu items go viral, and then it catches on, and maybe it's a moneymaker for them down the road.
But name the last thing that happened with that for Taco Bell.
I don't know.
Okay, my point. 252 WCMF.
Wait, they tried the
Pizza taco.
No,
Remember they did. They had like a
no, it's a Mexican pizza.
Yeah, but that's very
Totally different.
no, but it's a fusion
it
thing.
was like the Doritos tacos.
Doritos Locos
Those
tacos.
stuck. I think you could still get those.
But that's a Mexican chip
Yeah,
in a taco.
yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
same thing.
It's
By the way,
delicious.
Daniel wants to be that guy. It's actually think outside the bun, not think outside the box. Sorry, Daniel. Think outside the bun. Same difference.
Well, we put our tacos in a box, and we keep them there.
252 WCMF. Tomorrow, you can buy chicken nuggets at Taco Bell nationally. Their crispy chicken nuggets are coated in breadcrumbs and crushed up tortilla chips. They have Bell sauce you can dip in, made with tomatoes, chilies, and garlic, jalapeno, honey mustard, and a Hidden Valley Fire Ranch.
Ooh, I like that one.
That is ranch with fire sauce
That
mixed in.
sounds good.
You can just make that at home. You just get the fire sauce and mix
I
it
like
in.
me some Hidden Valley.
No, like here's the thing that's weird about this with Taco Bell is it was just a couple of years ago. They made this mistake and they admitted it. Taco Bell rolled out breakfast in all of their locations nationwide.
Like the breakfast burritos and stuff.
Yeah. So they had, and they rolled out
That should have worked.
they rolled out a massive breakfast menu,
Yeah.
and it didn't really work for them.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Now they're still selling breakfast menus, but they did a commercial with comedian Pete Davidson where the joke was, "Hey man, we put out too much stuff, and you guys didn't like it, and we're gonna keep it simple."
All right.
And then they turn around and try to sell me chicken nuggets.
Maybe it's just another thing to throw in there when you see it on the menu.
Okay, but like here,
Is it on like the 90? Do they have a $1 menu?
they have a
Pretty low.
Yeah, it's
That's what
not,
I mean. Is it one of those side things you can just add on to your order?
Sure, I'm sure it is. But again, I guess maybe there's an argument being made on Facebook now. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bob. Bob says, "These aren't for adults. These are for kids. My kid only eats chicken nuggets. So
Oh.
when we go somewhere, they have to have chicken
That's
nuggets."
actually not a bad point.
Okay.
Hmm.
But I never think of kids eating Taco Bell either. Taco
No.
Bell seems like an older acquired taste.
Alcoholics, loners, late nighters.
Yeah, I don't think I discovered like the greatness of Taco Bell until I was a teenager.
I vividly remember.
I've never had it when I wasn't buzzed.
Well, yeah,
Ever.
but that's not saying much for you.
True.
I vividly remember as a kid, my dad taking us. We went to the Irondequoit Mall.
Oh, and you shared a taco. The family taco.
Yeah, well, your mom was there.
So your entire family.
I know, that's how much of a skank she
passing
was.
around my mother.
That's right. It was the Duffy pass around with your mom.
Oh, my mom.
With your mom. It was bad. In the middle of a Taco Bell, by the way.
You're welcome for that image,
Not
everybody.
a lot of nuggets that night. She was just nibbling on nuggets. Nom, 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 nom,
The
nom.
whole family.
Nom, 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 nom. Whole
Brother.
family, entire family. I know. You talk to
Sisters?
my dad. I don't know.
Sisters?
They were very young.
Mother.
How dare you? They were.
Your mother and my mother.
I guess that was going to be the natural ending to
Yeah.
this, right? Both of our mothers at the same time. What I'm saying is,
You don't even remember.
I do.
I'm sweating.
I
What?
have a vivid memory. I must have been like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
We go to Irondequoit Mall. My dad takes us to that Taco Bell on Ridge Road there.
Yeah.
And he's all excited because there
Yeah.
wasn't a Taco Bell in Gates at the time.
Right. It's rare to find a
Right.
Taco Bell.
But he bought me a couple Taco Bell things, and I hated all of it.
It wasn't like the fun Happy Meal or
No.
kids meal you got at other fast
Too
food
exotic.
joints.
Your taste buds
That's,
exotic?
I think it was
think
that, too.
yeah.
Yeah.
It just wasn't
But my
anything
mother
fun.
was okay.
Well, she wasn't as exotic.
And then you grow up and you go through the drive-thru as a teenager. You're like, what? I've been missing out on this my whole life. Where have I been?
It was like an arc opened up
Yeah.
Oh,
and light shined upon us.
the covenant of the taco.
There you go. Let's take a break.
All right.
So, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? We had a discussion. Okay, it started last week. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Where we discovered that on Sunday, it was now illegal across the state of New York to sell any pets, dogs, out of retail pet shops.
Yeah.
On Monday, we had a story that one pet shop at Fairport still had 3 dogs left. That if
Mm-hmm.
they didn't sell them by that Saturday, we never figured out what happened. The dogs would have to be given to a shelter.
Mhm.
And we talked about it. We'll recap that discussion in a second. After that discussion, we got a Facebook message from a gentleman named Brent. And it turns out, remember we had asked if people were buying dogs on sale to save money?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Oh.
But Brent is not the one who bought this puppy.
Hmm.
Someone else in his family did. And it has created a situation.
Somebody didn't confirm the decision first.
Well, here's the thing. This person's a grown-ass person, so they wouldn't have to.
Yeah,
but at this point, buying a dog, you're going to have a succession plan.
yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. when an elderly relative is getting close to what you think is the end,
Yeah.
you got to start to make plans.
Sure.
Not just for them, but also for the things they have.
Yeah, you got to wrap it up.
And you can, in theory, throw stuff away that nobody wants,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't throw this away. So who gets custody of this furry little friend if Grandma doesn't make it to the end of this furry little friend's life?
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Okay, so last week, we reminded you that a law that New York State passed last year was going into effect on Sunday. And that law was you could no longer sell dogs retail at pet stores. It was now illegal. So we had that discussion.
Yeah.
And then Monday morning, we came back to a story that aired on Friday on News 8. There was a pet store in Fairport that had 3 dogs left as of Friday night. And they were trying to find someone to buy these dogs because if by close of business Saturday they had not sold, the dogs would have to be given to a shelter.
Yeah.
And we had a discussion about, one, whether or not it was ethical, seeing as how, Kimmy, you believe that people should be adopting, not buying in the first place.
Personally, yes.
Okay. And to buy those dogs. And 2, if you knew that these pet stores were up against it, could you go in and negotiate the dogs?
Yeah.
Would the dogs be going on sale? Well, after that story, we got a Facebook message from Brent.
What happened?
And it turns out that, yes, some of those dogs apparently went on sale because he writes us on Facebook, quote, "My 82-year-old grandma bought a puppy on sale last week before they weren't allowed to anymore. She didn't tell anyone in the family. She got a ride, bought the puppy a cage, some food and stuff, and then invited all of us over Sunday to meet him as a surprise. The look on my mom and sister's and mine's face was all the same. This puppy is going to outlive my grandma, and what do we do?"
Potentially, yeah.
So Brent goes on. "Even if she lives another 10 years, will she be able to take care of it? That's an issue even now. Or will she be in a place where she's allowed to keep him?
Oh, yeah, she goes to the home.
After the visit, the family text was all about who would take the puppy when the time came, and no one volunteered to step up. We all have our own dogs. We also now have to keep a close eye on the situation to make sure the puppy isn't being neglected. My grandma gets help a few times a week with her own issues.
Yeah.
Do you guys know if there are other people who have gone through a similar situation, or if there are legal things we have to do if the puppy is in a bad way or if my grandma dies? Merry Christmas, everyone."
Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot there.
Yeah,
There's a lot there. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's just start with this.
Okay.
Is the family overreacting to 82-year-old grandma getting a brand new puppy?
No, because somebody's going to have to it's going to get dumped on somebody's to-do list.
Okay.
If she goes downhill, physically can't do it anymore.
Okay.
What do? Somebody's going to have to take care of that dog or give it away to somebody.
It's a valid concern.
Yeah.
I think it's smart to have a plan.
Okay, but here's the thing. Don't you kind of have to loop grandma in on the plan?
Yeah.
No, but then you're looking at grandma like, hey.
I don't know if you do.
No?
You have to have these conversations, and it sucks.
No,
but if you have elderly parents, at some point you got to have these conversations.
But she just bought the puppy.
Right.
It's ugly. Listen, man, getting old ain't fun.
Maybe let her
It
enjoy
ain't
it
for the weak of heart.
a little bit.
I mean, okay, look. Now it sounds like Brent and his family thinks this woman should not have gone and bought this
She
puppy.
shouldn't have.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Before you give me your argument, the puppy could be a good thing for grandma.
Yes.
There have been studies that show that caring for something can extend people's lives and health. We've seen those stories where couples die within a few hours of each other because they feel like their job is done.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's getting even more dark.
Yeah.
But why should she have not bought the puppy?
Because let's say she takes the big Pasadena, man. Like,
Big Pasadena.
What do you? By the way, let's say grandma passes away on a Friday. You don't find out. Maybe she's in the house by herself.
Oh, my
till
God.
Tuesday.
I didn't think we could get any darker than we had gotten.
You know, grandma's now a snack. Fluffy's got a left ear. He's thinking about the right one.
Oh, my God. Will you stop?
They go for the ears first.
Will you stop?
'Cause they kind of look like toys.
Shut up.
And they love those smoked pig ears.
Okay.
I would be, all the, because this happened with my sister. When my sister.
Your dog ate your sister?
No, but she was just too full of smoke. But when my sister passed, she had a dog, and the dog wasn't that old. We didn't know what to do.
Okay.
And I was leaving town. My brother didn't need a dog, so we literally and none of the
I love
kids-
how your excuse was, "Oh, I'm gone. See ya."
I gotta go home. I gotta go.
what can I do?
got a
What
dog.
can I do?
So my brother had to get on the phone and call around who wants this damn dog. And it's a pain in the ass.
I mean, Kimmy, don't you think that maybe an 82... By the way, she doesn't have to ask anyone's permission. She's a grown-ass woman.
What?
This woman, the 82-year-old grandma in the story, she's a grown-ass
woman.
woman.
She did it herself.
What is she going to do? Go ask her child if she's allowed to have a new puppy?
No, I'm saying like, but if she does pass,
I get it.
You got to make those calls.
But your statement was she shouldn't have bought the puppy in the first place. She's a grown-ass woman.
Okay, but you're a grown-ass woman that needs my help. And you can't think you're not a grown-ass woman anymore if you need assistance going to the bathroom or getting in and out of the shower.
Again, I will read you the quote from Facebook to make sure everyone is on the same page. It says, where is it here? Grandma gets help a few times a week with her own issues.
She's already an invalid.
No, but I don't think she poops twice a week and they help her with it.
No, but she obviously can't do everything anymore.
Okay.
She's at that stage of life.
Kimmy, should this woman, 82-year-old woman, have asked permission from her family before she bought the puppy on sale?
Oh, I mean, technically, no. She can do whatever she wants, right? And I think it does also help keep her active. And maybe like it gets her up in the morning and because she's taking care of something else again.
There you go.
And it's having something else around. I know it's not a person, but it is, it keeps her company. I think it does more good in the end. Because, I mean, my grandparents, as they're aging now, they have a dog. And I think, like, my grandpa takes it for walks, I think it does get them out of the house and it gives them something to take care of, which I think is a good thing.
You would think the arguments in this room would be different based on who's making them right now. Because you're 82. Right? Like, you don't want anything taken away from you. You're arguing this woman should have asked permission. Meanwhile, Kimmy, the one who would
Maybe
actually
it extends her life, if anything.
Tommy doesn't want that either.
No, you're just pushing my inheritance off.
Ruining my retirement. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barbara. Hey, Barbara, how are you, buddy?
Good. First off, before I get into it, why does it look like the Josh cutout is trying to measure Tommy's head? I mean, his hands are wide enough.
So for those who are not watching the live stream, Kimmy bought us a room gift. It's a life-size cardboard cutout of Josh Allen. It's amazing, and it is now behind Tommy's head, but he's holding a football, so it does look like he's trying to measure your head.
It's just perfect. And secondly, just revisit in 5 years. If the dog is not well-trained and Grandma's losing it, you take them both to the farm.
I didn't think we could get worse than a dog eating a dead grandma, but you got there, Barbara.
We had to put Grandma down, too.
For God's sakes.
We took them both to the vet.
Thanks.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we get this Facebook message after we discussed on Monday about the ban on selling dogs in retail pet stores that went into effect on Sunday in New York State. And Brent writes us and says his 82-year-old grandma got a puppy on sale last week, didn't tell anybody, got a ride to the pet store, bought it home. When he, his mom, and his sister were called over as a surprise to meet them, they all had the same look on their face. Who's going to take the dog when she dies? And it sounds like they're all upset that Grandma took it. He's afraid bought it. He's afraid that the dog's going to get neglected. He said no one else in the family, as they went on this family text chain, wanted the dog.
Right.
All right. I mean, I know there have to be people listening that have gone through this before.
Mm-hmm.
Someone in the family has to step up, right?
Yeah, but who?
Think so.
What if nobody can?
No, I mean, you can.
There will be somebody that can try to make it work, I'm guessing. Even if it's like a little bit extended family.
It's so funny because Tommy Kimmy loves to call himself a dog lover and take shots at me. And you've already passed on a dog that needed a home with your sister.
But I would say
wow.
it's irresponsible for a person in their 80s to buy a dog. It's completely irresponsible because you're just passing that burden on to somebody else. So I would say they should not be allowed to buy big purchases like that.
Wait.
You are absolutely going to have a dog in your 80s if you go that long.
He's not making it to 80. You think there should be a law banning people over what age from buying a dog?
Yeah.
What age?
I would say 80.
Oh, wow. It's amazing. He's got a couple more years left where he's allowed to do it. So, and just to be clear, I have argued there should be a requalification for driver's licenses at 75, and you said no. But you think having a dog is too much responsibility.
Yes.
You're an idiot.
I got more.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You got two options. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. If Grandma takes the pass, you got two options. Someone takes the animal, or you take the animal to a shelter. Brent says in his Facebook message, everyone else has a dog, and that's why they don't want to volunteer to take it. But I can't imagine, Kimmy, a family
who wants to volunteer for that job?
Taking the dog to the shelter.
And watching Grandma's beloved friend
but this
get
is
taken away.
But this is the mess she created.
No, but the point
I understand. You could be mad. You can be upset about the situation. But I think when it comes down to the emotion of it all, it's going to be really hard to not try to make it work.
Yeah, but here's the problem. The other side of it, Kimmy. It can be hard bringing a grown-ass adult dog into a situation that already has dogs.
It's cruel to the dog.
What if they don't get along? What if that dog doesn't want to be there?
And it's cruel.
What's cruel?
To put that dog through this situation, and it was completely unnecessary.
Oh, you're saying like in the first place.
Right.
And then
we're talking about after the aftermath.
Then comes the issue of being able to afford another dog in your house.
And how about can Grandma afford it? You laugh, but fixed income, you got vet bills, everything else that goes along with a dog, the food.
Well, no, I mean, she's got Social Security, and it sounds like that's going to be around for a while. What?
Yeah, this dog could be the thing that breaks her financially. They're both on dog food now. Now they're both eating Farmer's Choice.
Dude, by the way, that looks good. I would eat Farmer's Choice.
Bro, it's expensive as hell.
Well, yeah, because it's human quality.
$1.40 a month.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Let's
God.
get the goddamn dog lobster.
Is that dog lover over there telling me, I ain't spending no money?
You're in my house, buddy.
Rover, you're ruining my retirement. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, how are you, brother?
Pretty good, pretty good. Pat, I agree with you this morning. Tommy's an idiot.
Yeah, what are you going to do there, Chuck? What are you going to do, Chucky boy?
Let's put, instead of a dog that the woman got, if the woman would have gone out and bought a brand new Corvette at 82, do you think the family would be arguing about who's going to take it or who gets it?
Oh, that's a great point.
All right. I think the family's a bunch of idiots. Maybe somebody should be bringing their dog to the other puppy and getting them introduced, planning on this.
Oh, good call,
Plan
Chuck.
ahead.
Socialize.
My mother's 88, and she's had a dog being my father died 15 years ago every day of those years.
Okay, and you think the dog's good for your 88-year-old mother?
Yes, I do. She's got to get up. She's got to take the dog out. She goes for a walk. My mother wants to go somewhere. She calls and says, can you watch the dog for the weekend? Yes, I watch the dog. I have a dog at home. My husky and this little 2-pound poodle get along great.
Look at that.
Yes,
Look at
that. It all worked out great for you, didn't it, Chuck? Oh, coming up, Chucky boy.
Chuck, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck with the pup. I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say they're support animals or whatever. That's all this animal just became. Not deliberately, but that's what that dog is. It's a support dog now.
No, it makes sense. I mean, Chucky, what you're saying
But
makes
the dog
sense.
didn't sign on for support.
So the dog, it exists only to be supported.
Yes.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Chucky, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
There goes great points, Chuck.
I gotta socialize my dog with your dog with me. I gotta make a trip over there to do that.
Oh my God.
So you don't want? That's it. That's what it is. He doesn't want to go check on her.
I don't want to be inconvenienced. It sucks. I had to go down. I had to fly down and see my parents, man. It was a pain in the ass. It was expensive.
Your brother was taking care of them.
But I had to come down and help. And by the way, their nursing home, there wasn't a bar within 5 miles.
Yeah, no, there was, because your dad managed to steal a grocery cart and ride it.
Well,
all
you
the
had
way
to
the
drive.
bar.
It was a hike. It was a 2-charge trip.
All right, 252 WCMF. All right, I want to go back to something you said.
What I said.
Like with the idea that there should be an age limit to people being able to adopt
then you're out.
or buy, right?
Or a cooling off period.
Shut up. That would be a very uncomfortable conversation to have with a stranger.
Yeah.
Right? And like the funny thing
You're
about
too old.
But
you're gonna die.
Yes, that's what you're saying. You're gonna die soon.
But you are.
Okay, but some people
you don't know that.
And that's the problem here.
What?
Is age does not hit everyone equally. Because when Brent writes us a Facebook message and says his 82-year-old grandmother bought a puppy, we have an image in our head of what 82 looks like.
Yeah.
And some people have their 82-year-old bedridden grandfather, and some people have their 82-year-old, 5'3" Italian grandfather who went to 105 and was still jogging around the block at 82.
Yeah. You should know this. You're from Little People Town. You all go along.
Little people
town. No, but I mean, like,
what?
If I have the ability to go another 20 years.
But you don't know that. There's no guarantee there.
Bro, I can walk outside and get hit by a bus right now.
Yeah, there's no guarantee for anybody.
But you know what I mean, man. To your point, but like, when you're 80 years old, you can see the end.
My grandpa worked until he was 90.
Right.
But that was just to pay for West Virginia for Kimmy. And look what happened.
But that's great.
Making $10,000 a year next to a cardboard Josh Allen.
So when he was 80, he was still working.
He still had it.
Yeah.
But what's the average?
But again,
life?
you don't know.
75.
Yeah, for women.
Women is higher.
But it ain't much past 81. So she's playing with the house's money.
But again, average is people dying of a heart attack at 55, and people.
I know.
Okay.
All right.
Like you're talking an awful lot of junk for a guy who thinks he's going to live to 100. Because you legit think you're going to live to 100.
I'm here. I'm tiny town. Live alone.
Don't let me down.
If I didn't drink, I'd be good.
So stop drinking.
Well, what? What?
No,
what I got?
I
will what?
Your argument is that makes you go longer.
Yeah, but Pat says it's killing me.
I'm not saying it. Science says
you
it.
say it.
We got Facebook messages coming in again. If you're just joining us, we got a Facebook message from a guy named Brent after we were talking about the retail dog sale ban that went into effect on Sunday in New York State. His 82-year-old grandma, long story short, got a ride to a pet store. It sounds like she still lives on her own.
Yeah.
Went and bought a puppy on sale, brought it home, didn't tell anybody, had her kids and grandkids over to surprise them.
Yeah.
Look at this puppy I got. All of them freaked out. Anticipated the dog was going to die before grandma, or grandma was going to die before the dog did. Nobody wants to take it. And Brent, I guess, is essentially asking, what did other people do?
Right.
Laura writes us on Facebook. We finally actually have some relevant information.
Okay, good.
She writes, when my mom died, she had 2 chocolate labs. We didn't want to split them up, so I took them both. I still have them, and I love them, but they came into a house with 3 kids and a cat, and it was a lot in the beginning. You can make it work, but you have to be really dedicated to changing your life and making things easy.
And that's
for the dog.
asking a lot of somebody.
How many older people have cats? I mean, cats go forever.
Yeah, those things don't die.
No. Yeah, a cat can go 20 years.
But you don't have a problem with somebody having a cat.
It makes sense. Old lady and a cat.
What about an old man and a cat?
That's weird.
Why is that weird?
If I see an old man and a cat, you're a weirdo.
Bro, you're a Sicilian. You know how many old Sicilian men have cats?
They're all weird looking.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Sarah. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
I'm good. I actually just pulled over so I could call you because I'm a gerontologist, and so this
Wait, say that last part again?
I'm a gerontologist. I have my PhD and a certificate in gerontology.
Okay, so that means you know what you're talking about here when it comes to older folks and what keeps them going. So, Tom, I'm going to ask you to keep your stupid mouth shut.
No, I'm listening. She's
while
an
this
expert.
woman drops some educated knowledge on
So
us.
she studies old people.
Yes.
I do. I study old people.
You like dissect them and stuff?
Sarah, if you're looking for a dissection person, I got a guy that's sitting across from me. Dissection person. All right. So, Sarah, what's your take here? I'm sorry.
My take is that aging varies wildly from person to person.
You had to go to school to know that?
Let her finish. I knew you were going to do this.
So having a firm cutoff on when someone can or can't have a pet or can't drive doesn't work. It's more about what that person needs and can do. So someone who's 80, like your 80, is very different than my 80.
Yeah, she's going to look way better than you.
Like,
of course, she's a chick.
Someone who's 75 might be like they're 90. Someone who's 60 might be like they're 90. So it really
I know that
depends
guy.
on the individual.
I'm sorry, you were saying.
So if someone is going to benefit from having the companionship of a pet, there's a lot of research that suggests that blood pressure can be lowered by having a pet. Mental health is lowered by is better with a pet. Having that companionship, especially when we're older and there's maybe fewer human friends.
All right, hold on. I got a question.
All right, well, hold on.
I got a question.
Old man has a question for old person expert.
Okay, so you're the expert. I come to you and I go, hey, man, my dad and mom my mom wants a dog. What do you think? She's good right now. And you would say, yeah, go ahead, because she looks like she can handle it. And a year later, she drops dead.
Okay,
and then I call you back. I call you back.
Scenario that you're painting.
And then I gotta go. Well, I didn't see that coming. Apparently, it's okay. Her 81 could be different than somebody else's 81, but her 81 ran out of time because she's dead, and you're just gonna have to take that dog, and that'll be $125.
That's not even a valid question.
Yes, it is. Because you can drop dead at anything at any time.
So then,
but when you're old, anything can kill you.
So stop or buy. So no one should own a dog then, based on your logic.
No, old people should be banned from owning dogs after 80 years old.
Okay, Sarah.
And they have the dogs We got to send
So you're
them
saying
back.
it could be a benefit to an elderly person's health? Is what she's trying to say?
All right,
But I'm stuck with this dog because Grandma died.
To wrap this up, because you didn't even ask her a question. You
No,
just
she slipped in the
ranted.
shower. She's
Okay.
dead.
Sarah, I'm sorry. To wrap this up,
And I bought her one of them walk-in showers.
based on what I'm hearing you say, I am under the impression that you think Brent, in this Facebook message, is overreacting to what his grandmother did.
I think so, yeah. But she should make preparation.
Okay.
So she should think ahead in the same way she would think ahead for herself. She should think ahead for her pet.
I got a really good question.
What's that?
Relevant, good question. All right, Sarah, let's say I'm in this situation with my grandmother, and I have to have the "you're going to die, what do we do with the dog" conversation. How do I gently lead into that conversation?
I would be, it's individual, but I would say take it in the context of all of her arrangements, all of the things that she needs to take care of, including her house, her bank accounts, her family, the funeral arrangements, all of the things that she would do for everything else. The dog needs to be included in that.
Okay.
So squeeze it in with the death talk.
Squeeze it in with the death.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, this is very informative, and we appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, bye. There
I
goes
just learned
Safe
about
Sarah.
a new career you can have.
Well, not him. He's going to die before he finishes the education. He is an old man, and he's not even an expert in old men. Let's take a break.
All right.
All right, so Christmas is exactly a week away, and if you want Santa to come as a kid, you need to be good.
You straighten your ass out.
That's right, because naughty kids don't get presents.
You don't get jack.
Well, it turns out that's not the case.
What?
Because we have a study in front of us that shows Santa may still be visiting all naughty children.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. He's making a list. He's checking it twice.
Yeah.
He's going to find out who's naughty and nice. And if you are naughty,
Yeah.
Santa is not bringing you any presents. Or at least that's what we were told.
What's the deal now?
Well, it turns out that Santa Claus may be bringing presents to absolutely everybody, no matter how much of a dick your kid was this past year. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we have a study in front of us. 87% of parents say that Santa will bring presents to kids, whether or not they are naughty or nice. So it turns out, according to mom and dad, whether you were good or bad all year, Santa does not care. He will still come down the chimney and leave presents for you.
So no coal.
No coal.
Okay.
All right. So serious question right off the bat.
What's that?
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Has there been a single child in the history of the last 60 years of America who did not get a single Christmas present because they were naughty?
Who got skipped?
Yeah. Not like because the family didn't have the money or whatever. They were a dick kid.
Based on behavior.
Yes, mom and
Presents
dad
didn't show up.
Yes, mom and dad informed Santa of how the kid was being. Santa saw all of it, and Santa still was like, you're getting your toys.
Yeah, that's yeah. No kid ever went without.
You don't think so?
No. Let's say you have a multi-kid family.
Yeah, one kid.
That kid was so bad,
So it
he
would've
didn't
been
get
you.
nothing. Everybody else gets toys.
Well, no, because he was the only child at the time. He was out of the house.
Good point.
I mean, look, it would send the message you are trying to send
Yeah.
to that child.
You follow
it's such
through.
a dick move. And yeah, no parent could resist not buying for their kid.
Well, we're talking about Santa. We're not talking about parents.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
Santa Claus
Oh,
here
yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, you know why he's making this argument.
Right.
Because he's spoiled-ass bad kid.
Because he
Oh,
would
yeah, I
have
was a
the-
dick kid, and I got everything.
the
Yes.
stocking full of coal.
I mean, if your argument against Santa bringing toys to naughty kids, there is no argument because you're looking at what happens when Santa brings toys to naughty kids.
I think it's a very cruel thing to do to a child.
To a kid who's being cruel
Well, that's
himself.
what I wonder. Like, the
Kid
kid
don't know.
might regret being a bad kid in the moment. Would it even change their behavior for the next year?
It does feel like if Santa makes the conscious decision to not bring presents to a kid who is naughty,
Yeah.
you're right, it would be traumatic.
Yeah.
But that would stick with you for the rest of your life.
In a bad way, though.
Would it be? 252-WCMF, 252-9263?
Well, I think once you look at it through an adult's eyes, you might think, wow, that was really effed up.
Okay.
Unless, like, you can admit as a kid you did something terrible.
So, I went to bad kid school. I went to military school.
Yeah.
Full of bad kids.
Yeah.
And I told you there was this one guy, he was like a really cool, he was like a general or something, but he was always at the, and he said one of the coolest things to me ever, and it stayed with me. And this guy was a hard-ass general.
Hard-ass dude.
He was like a Patton kind of guy.
Okay.
He says, you're not bad boys. You were just told you're bad boys. And then what he says is you reinforce the bad behavior by you keep telling me I'm bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you act like that.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that statement.
And that's from a general, bro.
I don't disagree with that
United
statement.
States Army.
I don't disagree with that statement.
He stood with Patton.
Where I went to high school, too, they cared about me enough where it was able to get me to quit being
Right. They
as much
showed
of a
you
dick.
a way.
You're right. You're right.
And this doesn't show you a way.
The problem with that is you were shown a way at certain points.
Yeah.
And you rejected that way to continue being a dick. Like you to this day.
Wasn't for me.
Okay, so there you go. So it blows
Wait,
up your
what
argument.
did this day? What did this day what?
You're the same guy. You are the same person, personality and ethics-wise, at 89 that you were at 10.
Yeah, you stick with something that's working.
It's not working.
Persevere.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Okay. So we had asked, had Santa ever skipped over a kid because they were actually naughty? With this study saying 87% of parents say that Santa will still come whether or not the kids are naughty and nice. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, bud.
So this happened when we were about, I think I was 10 because it was after Power Rangers came out. So I was about 10, so maybe 12.
It is funny how I also measure how old I was based on when Power Rangers came out as a kid. It's like the line of demarcation. But go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So me and my younger brother, I think I was 12. He must have been 10. But anyways, so about 96. We snuck down to the Christmas tree, found all of our stuff we got, which we got awesome Christmas presents that year. We both got Game Boys, and then the Power Rangers action figures with like the the flip heads.
Oh, you couldn't even find those, Ben.
My grandparents got us those. Those things were awesome. But anyways, we sat downstairs and played Game Boy until our parents woke up, and they found us down there playing with our Christmas presents, and it took them away for a week before we could get our stuff back.
Okay, that's not even close to what we're talking about here, Ben. I mean, we're talking about no presents from Santa. Nothing at all.
It still sucks, dude. Like, we knew what we had, and we couldn't play with it for a whole week.
Yeah, it's called a punishment because you were a dick kid.
Yeah, exactly. We were being dicks. Like, we got what we deserved, but yeah.
Okay, Ben, let me ask you this question because you got a couple of kids, right? I know you love your kids, right? Could they do something so bad in your mind that Santa would decide they were too naughty to get presents?
I'm thinking. I don't know, actually. It would have to be something ridiculous, like accidentally burn the house down or something.
But even that would be an accident. It wasn't intentional.
And that would be an improvement to your lifestyle.
Come on,
at least you have heat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't really think there would be something. Unless, maybe if they were like, this goes back to something that me and my younger brother did as kids because we were dicks. We played tomato baseball in the house. And
tomato baseball.
I think if they did something like that, like you ruined the entire house.
All right, you went from burning the house down to tomato baseball. There's a lot in between there, Ben.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's how Tommy's mom made sauce back in the day. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
I think that's a good question, though. Like, where's the line as a parent where you make that decision? Because, like, I think a kid would have to really do something pretty terrible.
Intentionally.
Like, and right before Christmas.
All right, so to that point, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Lynn writes us, kids don't have the ability to choose to be that bad at the age where Santa comes and sees them. They would almost always be mistakes. And if you punished a kid this severely for a mistake, it would have more traumatic effects than it would positive effects.
That's a great point. Because you're at that age where you believe you're a suckling child. You're just an idiot child.
You are looking for any excuse to justify you being such a dick and still getting toys. You know you're not getting toys from Santa this year, right?
I was a meat boy.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Scotty. Scotty, how are you, buddy?
Hey, not so bad. So first, I want to warn anybody who's listening with kids, turn it off.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we're going to be talking SANTA issues. Thank you, Scotty. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my first grader, 6 years old, told his entire first grade class Santa doesn't exist.
Oh, no. You see, you got a lying kid, Scott.
So we got a call home from the teacher, unfortunately, about that. But we had Santa come over the other day. We planned this before he told everybody Santa doesn't exist because the mall Santa my wife went to retired, so she called him up, said, hey, come on over to the house because we love you and all that. So he comes over. He said he wanted us to email him some things that, about the kids, good, bad, that they have done throughout the year. So we had to send him an additional email. Hey, apparently he told everybody you don't exist. So Santa came over and he was like, I'm not sure I'm giving you presents anymore this year because you told your entire first grade class that I'm not real. Are you sure I'm not real?
So this just happened, Scott?
This just happened, yes.
Okay.
Last week.
What did your kid do with that confrontation with Santa?
He was a little bit terrified of Santa. He almost started crying. We just were like, I don't know, Santa, you got to fix this one. I'm out.
All right, so Scotty, with all that being said, because what your kid did was terrible, I'm judging you as a father. I want you to know that right now, silently. Will Santa be taking away some of the toys that he was planning on bringing to your son for being so naughty?
So what we kind of told Santa to do was say, ask him what he wants for Christmas and say, well, that's something you're definitely not going to get because you told your entire class that I'm not real. Maybe we can get you some of the smaller toys.
Man, what a rip.
Wow.
What do you mean what a rip? Keep your mouth shut, kid.
That is the ultimate leverage right there.
Got snitch-ass Scott kid over here.
Straight from Santa's mouth.
Hey, Scotty, good luck with all that, buddy. I appreciate the call.
Thanks.
That would be way more dramatic than not getting toys.
Yeah, because now other people are
getting busted by an actual Santa.
Yeah, well, yeah, Santa comes on down. Yeah. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be a wrapperoo.
Hello, Hub Day Wrapperoo.
For Wednesday Breakroom CMF Hour, Kimmy's already given us the look, and I'm also getting the look from Josh Allen.
Right.
So we got to get out of the way.
Okay.
For Kimmy, who crushed it with the room present.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, if you've been watching the live stream, the Odyssey app, YouTube, WCMF.com and Twitch, the Breakroom WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, you can see our new addition to the room. It is a life-size cardboard cutout of Josh Allen that is now living behind Tommy's head. And it's a hell of a lot more pleasant to look at his face than it is.
Well, he's handsome.
By the way,
What?
if you missed any of the show or any shows we've ever done before,
what do you do?
when we're done, they're automatically uploaded to YouTube. So you can watch back every second of the break room that we've ever done at YouTube. Again, the Break Room WCMF. So go enjoy that. All right. So again, for Kimmy, who nailed it with Josh Allen.
Thank
For Tommy, who we somehow made look smaller with a 6'4" Josh Allen over his head. My name is Pat Tubby. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.